Hello everyone. A very good evening to all of you. Welcome everyone in this session. I hope you all are fine and your preparations are also good. Okay, so today we will be doing the marathon session of paper. Just a minute. Just give me a second. Just give me a sec. All right. I hope now everything is okay. Okay, so let's start our Maha Marathon session where we will be revising all our units A, B, C, and D. So today I'll be completing unit number A, Module B, and Module D. Module C and the questions we will be doing tomorrow. So tomorrow also there will be the session that will start from 6 p.m. onwards. All right, I hope everything is okay now. Audibility, visibility, both are perfect. Okay, so let's start the Maha Marathon session where we will be discussing all modules summary. So I hope you all have enrolled in the capsule batches. Only one last class is left, and tomorrow we will be doing that class. So let's start with the very first module, that is module A, the management process. All right, so what is management? We have seen what is management. Management is the process of planning, organizing, deciding in advance, assigning duties, then motivating employees, controlling all the things. That is what the management is. So total we have five functions of management, that is planning, organizing, staffing, directing, and controlling. But Henry Pure has given in some other name the planning process. So that is to manage is to forecast and to plan. To manage it means that is forecasting and planning one. Second is to organize. Third is to command. Fourth is to coordinate. And fifth is to control. So Henry Pure has given the management functions in a bit different way. Now, next we have the three types of management, three levels of management. So that is top, middle, operational. So top level management, they formulate the plans. The middle level management, they execute the plans. And operational level management, they have to follow the orders of the middle level. They have to do the work at ground level. They have to do the proper study. All right, so these are the levels of management. Now, different schools of thoughts are there in the management process. The first is quantitative management. So total six school of thoughts are there because every manager is different, every company is different, every organization is different. So how different organizations they use different school of thought, they have different perception. So first is all about the quantitative management. Now quantitative management talks about that in the quantity. This is C. It is talking about the quantitative means numbers are there. Yes, so in this school of thought, it is being said the companies they should use statistical models, statistical tools, and techniques to find the solution of any managerial level problem. Then contingency school of thought says that no one size fits all. Means not all managers are same, not all people are same, not entire company is same. So we have to adapt the things according to the changes that are taking place or according to the people we are having in our company. Contemporary management, contemporary means the current aspect. So this talks about the current aspect, that is the total quality management. So it says that the company, they should focus more on the quality rather than quantity. Classical and traditional school says that it talks mainly about the technology. That if companies they will use technology, if there is proper use of technology in the organization, then more emphasis will be on production. System School of Management says that we have to see our external factors, how our external factors, and accordingly we have to interact with them. Neoclassical behavioral, it is all about the motivation of the employees, the human relation, how people are having different relations with each other. So classical traditional school, it says that the entire model is dependent upon the accounting model. It focuses on the centralized system, means the top manager handles all the thing. It focus that if there are any kind of error, okay, so focus on that, try to rectify those errors as quickly. Assume employee continuity. This is important regardless of change. No matter how much changes the company is bringing, there should be always a continuity of the employees. And it values production, so more emphasis is on the production. Next, the system school, what it says that It says that how to handle the external situation. So we have to see the external factors and accordingly we have to run our business. So it talks about the interaction between the organization and the external factor. Now, what is external factor? That is all about pestle. Political, economic, social, technological, legal, and ecological. And more responsive is responsive to the environmental shift. So as the environment is changing, the company also have to adopt those changes. Then behavioral paradigm, it says it talks about the human relation. How, what are the different peoples, how they are working, are they have better relations or not? Are they have good relations or not? Can they communicate properly or not? So it focuses on teamwork and open communication. And psychological perspective, one is human relation perspective, second is psychological. So this perspective talks about the motivation level of employees, and we have different motivational theories. So first is Maslow's hierarchy of need theory. So Maslow hierarchy of need theory, what it says that this theory says that the human needs are to be fulfilled in the hierarchical manner, and it starts from the basic to complex. So first level of need is the physiological need, that is the food, water, shelter. Now, for one, if this first level of need is satisfied, now the individuals will be motivated to achieve their second level of need, that is safety needs. Now, individual wants a good job, a financial security. Once this level of need is fulfilled, now individual is motivated to fulfill their third level of need, that is love and belonging. So humans now they want their own friends, okay, they want their own family, social group. And fourth is esteem needs, where individuals they need more and more respect from others. They need that people should give them recognition, should acknowledge them. And self-actualization is the last level of need. It talks about the ultimate achievement of life. The ultimate achievement of life. All right, so these are the total 5 levels of need. Next is all about theory X and theory Y. So who has given? McGregor has given theory X and theory Y. So it says that in organization also there are two types of employee. One type of employee is who dislike work, who are unambitious, who lacks creativity, who are self-centered, okay, who avoids the responsibility, who don't want to come office, who don't comes office on time, who is okay if they are fulfilling their only 2 levels of need in Maslow hierarchy theory. And such kind of individuals, such kind of employees, they want that the managers, the supervisors should supervise them, should guide them in each and every activity of the company, should pushes them to work. So external control, close supervision they need. So that is theory X means this is not good for the company, this is not healthy for the company. Whereas theory Y employees are those employees who are ambitious. They know what is important for their life, what is important for their career. So they are self-motivated, they take responsibility, they always want to fulfill all the 5 stages of Maslow hierarchy need theory. And they don't want that any other person should guide them, should always stand on their head, because they themselves are self-motivated, self-directed, self-controlled. Now next is the Hertzberg dual factor motivation hygiene theory. So this is all about the motivation hygiene theory. What it says that in company there are certain factors that create satisfaction, and there are certain factors that create dissatisfaction. Now, what are those factors that create satisfaction? So, if the hygiene factors are absent, absence of hygiene factors, they will create dissatisfaction, and presence of motivation factors will create satisfaction. So, what comes under hygiene and motivation? So, in hygiene, these do not motivate, but if they are absent, they will cause dissatisfaction. Like salary, job security. If your job is not permanent, your job is temporary. So every time you will have a feeling that might be I can lose my job. Company policies are not good. Working condition is very poor. Physical workspace is very congested area is there. So these are the things that will certainly dissatisfy the employee. Whereas on the other hand, motivation factors, these are the drivers that motivate the employees to give their more and more better performance, like achievement, recognition, work itself. So if these are present, then if motivation factors are present, then it will create satisfaction. Next is different researchers, they have conducted one study. Now, that study was conducted on the behavior of leaders. This was conducted in the year 1950. By whom? Researchers have conducted the study on the behavior of the leaders of the company in two different universities. One is Ohio State University and University of Chicago. Okay, why this experiment was conducted? Why this study on behavior was conducted by the researchers? So to know that are the two organizations same, the things that happening, the activities that are taking place, are the activities same in all the organization? That is why the study was conducted. And it was found that everything was same, just their names were different. So Ohio State University, very important, consideration leader behavior and initiating structure leader behavior. Okay, in Ohio State University, these two were research was conducted, and in consideration leader behavior it was found that the people need to develop a good rapport with their subordinates. If they have a healthy relation, then only they can work well, and it shows the concern for the people also. Similarly, in University of Chicago, it was find the relation oriented behavior. The same thing is, see, just the names are different. One is consideration, another is relation. So it also encourages social interaction. It also develops good interaction with the people. Then second is initiating structure leader behavior. So it says that if there is proper planning, all the five functions of management, if these are done properly, then the objectives can be achieved in a systematic manner. Similarly, it is said in task oriented behavior that more emphasis is on planning. Everyone has to define their priorities, their roles and responsibilities, and there is a model for reward and punishment. If done, good job, reward is there. If not, punishment is there. Then all about the TQM, that is total quality management. So TQM talks about that the company should focus more on the standardization of product, more on the quality of product. So total four elements are there. Customer focus, the company should make customer oriented products. The company should follow the proper standardization, that is quality. Then there should be the continuous monitoring, that whether all the activities are done properly or not. The company is maintaining, focusing more on their quality or not, and employee involvement, because ultimately these are the people who will make the quality more better. So empowering workers at all the different levels. So four elements are, what are the four elements? Customer focus, standardization, continuous monitoring, and employee involvement. What are the 14 principles of TQM? So 14 principles of TQM given by Deming. Who has given this TQM concept? Has given by Deming. That is why it is also known as the Deming's principle. So first is create a constant purpose towards improvement, that the company should always work on getting better and better. The company should always adopt a new and latest technology. If the organization knows that they are lacking on something, so they should take immediate action for that. They should not wait for the inspection period. Stopping lowest bid system means we should always buy raw material from, not from the cheap suppliers, but from the standardized suppliers who can provide us the quality raw materials. Introduction of all-round development. So there should be the improvement in every part of the company, not in every specific area. On the job training, employees should be given proper training. There should be proper leadership. Okay, driving out fear, that employees should not have a fear in their mind. Breaking down barriers. So working team, don't play blame game if something bad happens in the company. Eliminating exhortations, that don't just say big things. Try to prove them, try to show them by doing it. Numerical targets should not be there. If you are working on quality, then the numerical targets should be removed, because if working on quality, it will take time. It will need more and more time to add the quality in your product. So that is why the numerical targets should be reduced. Permitting pride of workmanship, it means that let the workers feel proud, because they are the ultimate people who are working in the company for generating more and more revenue, more and more profits. So that is why let the workers feel proud of themselves. Encourage education. Keep learning new skills. So new skills should be provided to the employees so that they can improve their work. And achievement for transformation, that everyone should take part in transforming their company. Next is learning organization. So learning organization is what? It is a place where employees, they help in finding and solving problems. They come together, they try to improve everything, they try to sort out the problem, and they learn continuously. so that the goals can be achieved in a better manner. So, five disciplines of learning organization are very important. First is personal mastery. Personal mastery, it says that individual should always work on himself and herself. So, each employee should improve themselves continuously. They should learn new skills. Okay, they should learn to how to effectively manage time, how to develop leadership qualities. Shared vision means there should be the same vision of the company and everyone should move towards that same vision only. Mental model, that is follow assumptions and beliefs also. Different people, they have different belief, different assumptions. So everyone should be ready to open. It should be open to everyone. Any person can adapt anything in the company. So we have always done in this way. Replace, let's try a better method. So stop depending on your only belief. If another person is saying that let's go with another method, so go with that. Okay, don't follow just what you are thinking. Follow other people, what their belief are, what their assumptions are. Team learning means the people should come together to grow as a team. And system thinking, but it says that look the entire big picture rather than just individual parts. So we are working for the entire company, not for the individual department or uh, a specific function. So everyone learns, grow, works together to solve problem and improve continuously. Next is all about the different business models. So different companies, they have different business models. The first is solution providing. If a company is working to provide solutions to their clients, to their customers, to give advices, and they charge money by giving advices, so that is consulting type of company. Profit pyramid, what it says that the company should offer the low price product to attract customers. Like Disney has used cartoon characters, and now these cartoon characters are used in movie, park, in the merchandise, in the products, like in kids' water bottle. Also, the you will see the image. In dresses, also you will see the image. So that is profit pyramid model. Multi-component model is what one product, it's several. The company is making profit from its complementary product. Like Gillette razors, cheap blade, expensive means Gillette razors are there and its blade is there. So two things are there, but company is making profit from blade, not from razor. Why? Individual people, you will purchase razor one time, but you will purchase its blade several times. So this is how company makes profit from their supplementary product, not from their core product. HP printers. So printers you will buy one time, but its ink you will buy several times. So company make profit from that. And switchboard model is what where the buyers and sellers connectivity is there. Companies, okay, the different like Amazon, we have Mintra, we have. So what they do, they connect buyers and sellers, and from buyers and sellers, the customers they buy, they purchase the product. So that is switchboard model. Efficiency model, what it says that if you have made any product, just wait for the market to get mature. When it's the right time, then launch your product with a low cost with a low margin product, so that the customers they attract, they buy your product faster, by better than competitors. So efficiency model says that wait for the right time. When the right time you feel this is the right time, I should launch my product, then only you launch your product. Blockbuster model, it says that the company is making profit from only limited products, that is few big hit product like movies. Okay, movies are there. Okay, any web series are there, it's different parts are there, games are there, books are there, different season is there. So one picture is one movie is one book is, but it has different parts. That is companies making profit from few blockbuster hit products. Entrepreneurial model, it is all about the it is all for the startup companies. So in startup companies new ideas are there, scalable products are there, the startup companies they have the potential to grow. So companies if they have such type of business, if they have any kind of product which is solving the problem statement of the society, that means the startup companies. And de facto industry model is what? Again, in this model, the products are offered at a low cost to increase market share. If you will offer the product at a very low cost, so you can gain the market share of the entire location. Advertisement model, it the companies make profit by running ads like on YouTube, okay, the different applications, the social media, the ads are running, so companies they make profit from that. Time model, what it says that this model entirely depends on more R&D. So research and development, it takes a lot of time. So companies they work on R&D and they try to do more and more fast research and development so that they can make multiple of products. So companies they charge for hours, days, project duration. Why? Because research work is a lot, and that is what the time model says. So different types of business model is there. Three types of strategies are there in company: corporate, business, functional. So corporate strategy, this is done by the top management, made by the top management. It focuses on overall scope and direction. Business strategy, it focuses on specific unit that competes in a particular market. So specific unit, specific business that. And functional strategy, it is based on the different functional departments like HR, operations, finance. So corporate, what industries to be in, business, how to compete in that specific industry, and functional, how each function will help in competing with that industry. Then some vision and mission statements are given of different like SBI is there, okay, different companies are there. But what is most important is SBI and PNB. So learn these, okay, vision and mission of SBI. So vision, be the bank of choice for transforming India. Mission, that is committed to providing simple, responsive financial solution to the public. What is the vision of the PNB? To become the most preferred bank. And what is the mission? How to become the most preferred bank? So you will create value for customers. So remember, vision is for future. Vision is for future. It is for long term. Okay, it says where you want to be, where you want to be. And mission is what? Mission, if you want to reach at a high position, so what activities you are doing, what effort you are doing to reach at that position, that is what mission is. So mission talks about the current, it talks about the specific, and it says that what you are doing to achieve at the highest position, that is what the mission is. Vision is where you want to achieve, mission is, okay, vision says where you want to achieve, this is the place where you want to achieve, this is your company. And mission says what you are doing, what activities you are doing, what effort you are giving so to reach this position, that is what the mission is. Next is all about the pestle. Pestle comes under macro environment. Macro environment is the environment that is uncontrollable. You cannot control the macro environment, all right, but you can control what, you can control your internal environment like your employees, the physical resources, the financial resources, the technical resources, the vision, mission. These are the things that you can control. But the macro part, the outside part, you cannot control them. So P stands for political. So it includes all the policies like related to government, political stability, government policy, tax policy, labor law, economic, everything related to economy like interest rate, exchange rate, inflation, deflation, unemployment, society, all the things related to the customers, direct customers, so population growth, the preference of the customer, the language barrier, cultural barrier, lifestyle of the people, age distribution. Technological means technological, it relates the everything related to technology. So automation, AI, R&D, technological incentives. So these are the technological aspects. Legal, all the laws will be included in legal. And environmental means everything related to social environment, everything related to sustainable financial environment like weather, climate change, environmental policy, okay, combating climate change, the COP, all these are the part of environment. Okay, clear? Now, next is the functions of management. So, second topic is what second chapter starts, that is the planning. So, planning is what? Planning is the first function of management. Planning tells about what to do, how to do, when to do, and who will going to do it, who should do it. So different steps in plannings are there. First is opportunity analysis. This is the first initial phase that involves scanning the environment. You will scan the environment, you will see internal and external factors. Then you will establish the objectives. You will set a measurable target, measurable objectives. Okay, for achieving those objectives, you will develop the premises. Premises are what? These are the assumptions that the companies make before planning. Once the premises are developed, premises means what forecasting you have done, what are the basic level of policies. After that, identifying the alternatives means identifying different options, which is best for you, which option is best to go with a plan. Then evaluating the alternatives in first you have identified, then you have evaluated that okay, second and third one is good. After evaluating, after seeing that this particular activity is having the potential so that you can achieve your goals, you can achieve your objectives, then you will select that best alternative. After selecting the best alternative, then last two steps are you will make the derivative plans. Derivative plans means the secondary plans you will develop so that it may help your core plan, the primary plans. And at last, you will follow, you will review that whatever you have done in planning process, are these justifiable or not? The full form of SMART is important. That is, goals should be specific, it should be measurable, it should be achievable, it should be realistic, means logical, and it should be achieved in the time bound manner. Several times this full form has come in the exam. Now, MBO is what? Management by objective. This is the term given by Peter F. Drucker in the famous book that is Practice of Management in the year 1954. What it says that the organizational objectives should be decided by the both managers and employees. If both managers and employees they will take decision for the company, then they will achieve the goals quickly. So employee commitment should be there. Employee commitment participation should be there in organizational objectives. Then environmental analysis process, so how to analyze the environment, how to see whether the activities are done properly, how to proceed with further activities. So for that, you need to analyze your environment. First, you will identify that what are the things that will create bad or good effect in your company. After that, you will do the scanning, you will do the examination, you will collect the information through internal and external sources. After that, you will analyze that, okay, these are the things externally that we have got to know that these may create harmful impact in the company in future. Then you will analyze, you will see your competitors, you will see what methods you are using, you will see what are your final objectives, and at last you will do the forecasting. That is, you will examine the strategies which you have formulated for final achievement of your goals. Internal environment analysis, what it includes internally. Internal means these you can control them. These are the controllable part. So physical, okay, physical resources like plant, machinery, technology, financial resources like capital, funding, stocks, shares, distribution like any network you have, any channel you have, strategic assets like raw material access, locational advantage, intangible, those assets which you cannot touch them, and human resource, these are the essence of the management. Without these, the company will not have any kind of value. The company will not going to develop further. So profile all the skills of the human managerial competency. So these are the important part. Next is all about the gap analysis. Uh, can you confirm me that? Am I just a minute? Let me check it. All right. Okay, so what is gap analysis? Gap analysis, it basically says that what is your current performance? It assess your current performance and where you want to achieve. So what are you doing now? What is your current performance and where you want to achieve? Where you want to achieve. So the difference between these two is the gap analysis. Suppose you have decided that you have to make 50,000 units. All right, this you have decided. Currently, how much units you have made? You have made only 35 units. So this is what currently you are at 35,000. What you want to achieve 50,000. So what is the gap? The gap is of 15,000. So this is known as the gap analysis. And what we will do to achieve this target? So these are all the strategies that we will make. So gap analysis is what? It is an assessment of current performance to identify the difference between your current state where are you now and where you would like to be. So this is your current state and this is your desired state. So how do we get there? All right, I guess it's not visible. This is the desired state. Now it's okay. All right, so this is the difference between current state and desired state. Next is internal analysis, that is the SWOT analysis. So SWOT analysis is what? In SWOT we have S stands for strength, W stands for weakness, O stands for opportunity, and C stands for threat. Remember the strength and weakness. These are the internal part. And opportunities and threat, these are what? These are the external part. So strength is what? What is the strength of your company? What are the things that company does well? What are the qualities that differentiate your company with the competitor company? Do you have skilled staff? You have tangible assets. So these are the strength of the company. What are the weakness? The things where the company is lacking. Okay, competitor advantage, resource limitation. You have unclear USP. So these are what? These are all the weakness of the company. Opportunity means what are the different things that company may get so that they can expand their operations. Like very less markets are there, undeserved markets are there, and companies catering to those markets. So these are the opportunities. Less competitors are in their area, so this is the opportunity. Okay, positive, like press or media is covering the positives of the company, so this is the opportunity for the company. And what are the dangerous things that create threat to the company? More competitors are there. Every time the regulations are changing, so company has to adopt new policies. Media is covering the negative side of the company, and the customer attitudes are shifting. So this is also the threats. Now, next is contingency planning. So, contingency planning means plan B. Contingency planning, these are created for the emergency period. Emergency period means like if the organization has developed any plan and if that plan is not working in future, so organization they should develop other plans also, that if one plan is not working, they can switch to another plan. So that is known as the contingency plan, and contingency plan is also known as alternative plan. Alternative plan, that is plan B. So a management tool that helps organization prepare for all the potential emergencies, and those plans are developed in advance. So if plan A is not working, you can shift it to plan B, alternative plans. So these are the plans that are made for future emergencies. If the company is facing any kind of issue, any kind of emergencies are there. So plan A is not working to achieve the goals, then company can use plan B, that is contingency plan. So it minimizes the risk. Okay, it that the risk that is associated with the unpredictable events, and if the things don't go according to the planned activity, then these plan will help. Next is all about the forecasting. So why forecasting is done? So that company can predict the future well. So different types of forecasting are there: short term, medium term, and long term. Short term is for 1 day to 1 year. Like for if you want to know the demand of the product, the inventory of the product, the staffing level, so that is for short term. The method that is used is quantitative because you can easily calculate the things in numbers. But in case of long term, you cannot calculate everything in number. In long term forecasting, that if you are doing for 5 years, you need the expert judgment. You need the experienced people. You need the people who has high observation power. They can tell you that okay, these are the things that may happen after 5 years, but the numbers will not going to give you the correct the data. So that is why in short term we use quantitative, in long term we only use the qualitative, that is qualitative. And in medium term both the things are used, quantitative also, qualitative also, and it lies the timeline is 1 season to 2 years. Like if you want to forecast the sales, if you want to forecast the planning, how much what activities you will going to add in your company, so these are done for medium term. Then what are the different things that are included in decision making? So decision making is done, it is what? It is the actual selection for your one course of action. And in decision making, these things are important. These are the three components. One is certainty, Certainty means you are 100% sure that this will going to happen. Like you have decided that, okay, in coming time, my sales will increase by 20%. This time it has increased by 5%. Next year it will increase by 20%. So in this, you are 100% sure that yes, your sales will increase by 20%. Certainty means the decision maker knows exactly what is going to happen. Risk, when risk will come, when you don't have sufficient information, when you have not collected proper data, when you have done the biasness, then the risk will come. And uncertainty is what? When you are not 100% sure, you are in dilemma that whether this will happen or not. So outcomes that you unknown, that you are entirely unknown, or there are possibilities that the things may not go in the same way what you have thought of. So these are all the components of decision making. And these are all the principles of decision making. How to go for the effective decision, principle of definition, principle of evidence, and identity. Definition, it says that we have different options, we have different alternatives. Now we have to use our mind, we logically, rationally, we have to use the approach, we have to go with the approach that helps our organization, that understand our organization completely and helpful in achievement of the goals. Evidence, what it says that don't don't follow your intuition, what your intuition is saying, what your mind is saying. Follow on the fact. If the fact or proof you have, then only you can go for that thing. Means you have to formulate all the strategies or the planning according to the fact and proof. If you know that historically the data which you have collected, you have seen that the employees turnover ratio was very high. So this is the fact, this is the proof that you have got from the historical data. Now you will try to solve this problem by seeing these fact and proof. You are not based on your judgment or not based on your intuition. So formulate strategies that is based on the fact, that is based on the verifiable information rather than intuition. And identity, what it says that if the decision maker is taking any kind of decision, so the decision maker or the top manager should have to listen all the people. They have to take the view of all the people who are present in their company. So before taking a final decision, the people who are involved, their viewpoints also matter. Now, next, that is the third unit is all about organizing. Organizing means what? Organizing is the third function of management. It says about how to organize the activity, how to group the activities, how to distribute the work according to the intellectual capability of the person. That is what the organizing is. Organizing means making departments, grouping all the activities, grouping similar type of activities, grouping all the similar type of activities and then distributing them to the employees. So organizing is what? Organizing is the management function that follows planning. Means organizing comes after planning. Planning, you have the structured thing, okay, to do. Okay, these are the plans, these are the strategies that you have made. Now organizing is what? It basically tells about how to achieve the common goals by assigning the task, by what you have thought of, you are turning it into a reality. So it includes assigning tasks to the employees, grouping similar type of tasks. All the similar type of activities are grouped in one department, like the finance activity, collection of finance, distribution of funds, okay, uh, retaining the funds, creating budget. So all these will come under finance department, like product, okay, making a product, then doing filtration, packaging the product, labeling the product, remarking the product. So all these will come under production department. So group the similar type of task into departments. Then delegate the authority and responsibility. So different people are working in the company. Give them who is authorized for that, who is responsible to do that work, and accordingly give the responsibility and accountability to the person. And fourth is allocating resources. That is, the proper resources should be distributed among the individuals so that the individuals can use the optimum utilization of resources. So what are the steps of organizing? First is identifying and dividing the work. First, you will identify the work that, okay, this is the work we have to do. Then you will divide the entire work into small pieces. After dividing the work, then after dividing the work into small pieces, then distribute to the employees. After identifying and dividing the work, second is create departments. Departments means all the activities of finance will kept under finance department. All the activities of marketing will be under marketing department, similar to all respective departments. Once the departmentalization is done, that is grouping similar type of task into department is known as departmentalization. Then next step is that assignment of the duty. The work which you have divided, now you will assign the duty, assign the work in the third step. And fourth is what? That is the establishing reporting relationship. So after assignment of duty, then it is being stated that who will report to whom. Okay, this person wants to report to the top manager. So first this person has to report to the second one, second to third one, and then finally the fourth one. So reporting relationship means clear chain of command should be there. So what are the principles of effective organization? So objectives should be clearly defined that what are the objectives, what are the goals of the company. The person should be given the work according to their specialization. There should be the coordination, teamwork should be there. The individual should work in team. Authority is given by the top manager and authority flows from top to bottom. Authority flows from top to bottom. Authority is never delegated. You cannot delegate the authority. Sorry, authority, not responsibility. Wait, responsibility. Authority, it can be delegated. Authority can be delegated, but responsibility and accountability cannot be delegated. I am writing over here accountability and responsibility. It can not be delegated, but authority can be delegated. You can delegate the authority, but you cannot delegate the responsibility and accountability. Okay, responsibility, it flows from bottom to top. What is the flow of authority? That is top to bottom, and responsibility bottom to top. Unity of direction, what it says that all the individuals should move in the same direction. Unity of command, it says that the person should receive order from only one superior. Like if I am a person, so I should receive order from only one superior. No other third, fourth, fifth superior should be there. Exception means it talks about management by exception. That the managers need not to focus on all activities of the company. For their rest of the activities, small activities, they have their people. Manager should only focus on their core activities. Simplicity means work should be divided in the simple manner. The goals should be the activities, the methods should be kept simple so that goals can be achieved well. Efficiency means how much employees are efficient and effective in their work. And span of control, what it says, span of control means one person is handling how many people. One person is handling how many people. So that is what span of control, the number of people who report directly to a manager or leader. Or one person, under one person, how many people are working, that is span of control. Four types of organization are there: centralized, decentralized, functional, line and staff, committee. So centralized and decentralized. Centralized talks about the controlling power is in the hand of top manager. Top manager controls all the power. Whereas decentralization, the power is distributed among different individuals. So it is defined by flow and concentration of authority. Functional organization, it is divided on the different functions on the different departments. Like we have like in HR department, okay, HR department, marketing department, then finance department, logistic department, that is functional. Line and staff talks about line is the old method, but line and staff is the new method. In old method, when industry experts are added, that becomes line and staff. So line is what? Line authority. They have the right. They can control the people. They can give orders to the people. But staff authority only have the advisory role. So line authority can give orders. Line authority means the executive power. Line authority means the line executive. And staff authority means the staff, they only have the right that they can give advices, they can give suggestions, they cannot give order to the people. Only line authority, line executives have the right that they can give orders. Committee organization is the organization if the firm or if company is facing any kind of issues, to solve that issue, to solve that problem, a committee is being formed with the expertise. Expertise are there, the people of different knowledge and skills. They form a committee, and that committee will help to find the solution. Then we have formal and informal. So formal is also known as official communication. In this all, every one of them have their fixed rule. It is having a strict authority. It is created deliberately, like CEO. In CEO, okay, vice president, then manager A, manager B, then employee one, employee two, okay, sub employee one, sub employee two. So like this, a proper chain of command is there. Whereas informal structure, it is also known as grapevine. Grapevine, so if you can see, these are in the form of grips. Yes, these are in the form of grips. Everyone is attached to each one. So that is why it is known as grapevine. More dynamic. It's a flat structure. Why? Because no levels of authority is there. It emerges spontaneously. It emerges deliberately. Deliberately means intentionally. It emerges spontaneously. And more innovation is there. Cross-departmental relations are good and they will help each other in problem solving also. So formal organization, it is known as open and overt. Open and overt, so goals and objectives, policies, JDs, resources, authority structure, all these are the part of formal. Informal organization, it is known as hidden and covert, beliefs and assumptions, perception, values, group norms. So these are the part of informal. Then organization, they have two charts, master chart, supplementary. Master chart, it shows the entirety of the formal organization, means everything of the organization, who is reporting to whom, who works under whom, how many departments are there, how many heads are there. And supplementary chart shows the each of them their responsibilities and authorities. This shows the entire chart, who is working under whom, and supplementary chart will show the responsibility also, who which person is doing which kind of work, what is the role and responsibilities of particular department is. So different types of charts are there: vertical, horizontal, circular. Vertical flows from top to down, so it displays hierarchy as a pyramid. Highest rank, that is the top manager, is the highest, whereas all the people they will work at the low level. Horizontal means it flows from right to left to right, not right to left. This is left to right. So assistant CEO, then CMO, chief marketing officer, chief operating officer, technical officer, financial officer, and then we have head of marketing, head of operations, and some more departments are there. So horizontally flows from left to right, and vertical flows from top to down. And circular, everyone in this, anyone can communicate with any person. So in this different hierarchies, so this is first, this is second, this is third hierarchy. All right, and different departments are there. One department, second department, third department, and fourth department. Now next we have different types of organization manual. Manual is what? Manual is just like the rule book. Like when you order any product, you get the manual in that product. It shows you how to use that product, how to how to use, how to add things. Okay, how you can, if anything is disturbance is there, then you will read that manual and you will get the answer. So simply the organization rule book, the manuals, they have different manuals. Policy manual, so it includes rules and principles. Okay, like if you want to apply for leave, if you want promotion, so policy. Operational, it talks about the day-to-day activities, the step-by-step activity, like how to file a complaint, step by step, how you will going to manage the customer complaint. Organization manual, it includes all the roles and responsibilities, who reports to whom, that is the reporting structure. And rules and regulation manual, it tells that what are the rules that have to follow, what are the things that need to be avoided, means not to follow, like smoking is not allowed in the office, so these are the things that you have to avoid. And the dress code is there, the office timing is there, the biometric is there, these are the things that you have to follow. Next is authority and responsibility. So authority is what? Authority means right to make decision, right to, authority tells about the power, right to make decisions, and give orders to the person. It is derived from hierarchical position and it can be delegated. But whereas responsibility, it is the obligation. Like I have the authority, I am telling to you that you have to complete all the slides today itself. All right, I'm giving you authority. I'm ending this session and I'll give you the PDF and you are asked that you have to read all the things. This is the authority. Now, what is responsibility? The responsibility is that you have to complete all the slides and whatever question I will ask you, you have to give me the answer. So you have the obligation to perform that task. So it is assigned by someone with authority. I have the power, I have the authority, I am assigning you this work. And you cannot give your responsibility to some other person. Can you ask to your can you say that your brother, sister that okay, read this all the slides and then tell me what is written? No, you this is the work you only have to perform. So you cannot pass this on to the other party. All right. And the one who is having responsibility will also have accountability. Like, for example, okay, I have given you the responsibility. If you have not completed, if you have not read all the slides, now who is responsible for that? Who is accountable for that? You are the accountable. You will tell that I have completed, I have not completed. So you are answerable for your actions. So that is why it is possible to delegate authority, but responsibility and accountability cannot be delegated. All right. Different types of authority are legitimate authority. It comes from the position. Coercive authority. It comes by threatening the person. It comes from the ability to instill fear. Like manager is saying that if you will not complete your work, then I will deduct a salary. That is what that is from. That threatening, the threaten that is given to you, and from that fear you are completing your work. Referent means the person who has the reference of power. Reference like HR. HR has the reference. Um, HR can like HR is giving the reference of other person. Okay, I have one of my colleague who can do this work well. Or you, any employer is giving the reference that I know my one of my friend who can perform this work well. So it comes from admiration, high esteem. Expertise comes from the knowledge. If you have good skill, if you have good level of knowledge, then you have the expertise power. And rewarding comes from the ability to grant reward. Like manager is giving reward to their employees. HR is giving Diwali bonus to their employees. So this is what the rewarding power comes from those people. Next, we have the different types of change. See, organization if organization wants to exist, then organization will demand some of the changes and the people of the company, the employees of the company, they have to accept those changes if they want to stay ahead of the competitors. So different types of changes are there. Developmental changes, improving your current operation. Transition change if you want to move, if you want to do the entire transition of your company, like moving from an old state to new. And transformational changes, like if you are shifting, yeah, you have completely different business model. That is what that is transformational changes. Different models are there. Let's do one by one. So Levin's change management control given by whom? Kurt Lewin. He was the German American psychologist. He was also known as the founder of social psychology. He has given the term group dynamics. So he talked about the three stages of change. One is unfreeze, change, and refreeze. If you want to make your employees ready for the change, first you have to make them unfreeze. You have to prepare them that these changes are important for my company. After that, you will implement those changes, that is, you will change ultimately. And after changing, you will solidify that new change in the company. So, UCR, unfreeze, change, and refreeze. Then Kabler-Ross has given that this model how describes that how people they deal with the change. So first they will say that no, we don't want such change. After that, they will give the anger, they will show anger to the managers. If manager is not ready, then they will try to convince the manager by bargaining. So they will try to find a way to salvage the situation. If the manager is not getting convinced, then they will depress, they will lose all the hope. And if they have to exist in the company, if they want to exist in the company, then they have no other option except to accept the new change. So people come to terms with the change, that is acceptance. Then nudge theory given by Richard Thaler and Sustain. What it says, instead of telling the employees that we want change, okay, we are demanding change, we are bringing changes in the company, you have to slowly shift your employees. You have to gradually push your employees to the new change. So nudge, what it says that gently pushes people to make better choices. But ultimately, final choice is in the hand of the manager. The manager will try to gently push their employees to accept the changes, but ultimately the changes the manager will only bring in the company. So nudge theory, it simply says gently nudging or pushing someone so that they can encourage and they can motivate them to adopt that change. Next is all about EDGAR model. So EDGAR model, what it says, all about awareness. First, you have to create awareness among the employees that why this change is necessary. Then you have to ask them what their desire are, if what actually what they wish. After that, give them the knowledge. If new changes are there, you have adopted new technology. Your employees don't know how to use that technology. Give them proper knowledge. Give them proper training, then develop their ability, and finally give them the rewards if they have done good work. So use positive feedback, rewards, and recognition to encourage your employees. Next is the McKinsey 7S model. So McKinsey says that it basically tells about how the individual changes are, how the individual accept the changes in the organization. So if it talks about the 7S of the McKinsey, 7S in McKinsey model, what is the plan of the company? What company wants to change? What is the structure? What is the hierarchy pattern of the company? Whether the entire system has to change or only selected things have to change. The style is what the managers are very strict, managers are very lenient. So what is the leadership style? How are the employees? Are they ready to accept those changes? Do you have skilled employees? Do you have semi-skilled employees? And what are the skills level of your team? And the shared value, it includes the entire value of the company. So this is 7S McKinsey model. All right. Now the yellow one is, if you are seeing the yellow part, that is skill, strategy, structure, system. So these are the hard elements of the company. The blue one, shared value, staff style. These are the soft elements. These related to people and these related to the company. Next is the bridges transition model. So bridges says that the transition is from internal. The changes are what? Changes are external, but the transition is internal. If the company is transitioning, it means the company is changing, the individuals are changing from inside. So the bridges transition model, it is divided into three phases. First is because the company has adopted new change. So phase one is first ending, losing, letting go means ending, losing, letting go means letting go the old methods. You should end your old methods. Okay, you should let go your old methods. Then phase two, if you have left your old methods, now you are at the phase where you are nil. You have left the old method and you have not accepted the new method still now. So you are at the phase which is known as the neutral zone. You are confused, uncomfortable, in between, phaseful. And phase three means the new beginning. New beginning means now you are learning new things. Now you have learned new methods that should be accepted and integrated in the company. So change management is an ongoing process, requires time, devotion, and effort. Now, next topic is all about uh, that is staffing. Okay, so we have done basics of management, planning, organizing. Now, fourth unit is what? That is staffing. Staffing means what? See, staff plus ing is added. Staff plus ing means it is talking about the employees. This entire unit is talking about the people, about the human. So, staffing and human resource means how people should be managed in the company, how they are recruited, how the training is provided, what different types of training, then how the performance appraisal is done, all the traditional and modern methods of performance appraisal, and finally how the employees will be put at their place. So this is all about staffing. All right. And one request from you all, that those who are watching right now, if you have joined this channel, you are seeing the very first time video, then kindly subscribe the channel. Watch the entire session. If you feel sessions are helpful, if you like the session, hit the like button also and share it with others as well. Okay, so what is staffing? Staffing simply means putting the right people at the right place. Right people at the right place means the one who is fit for the job, you have to keep that people only, based on their talent, based on their skill, based on their knowledge, based on their experience. So Peter F. Drucker has said, man of all the resources accessible to man can grow and develop. It means if the company will give them the proper resources which are access to the people, then definitely with those resources, the man can develop himself, herself, as well as the company can also develop. This is said by the Peter F. Drucker. So what are the facets of staffing? Facets means the components of staffing. So recruitment is there. Recruitment is known as the positive process. Why? In this, you are attracting a pool of candidates by seeing their application form. When the individuals have submitted their application form, they have applied on your website. So you have accepted all the application forms. So it is what, in this, the pool of candidates are being attracted. That is why recruitment is what, it's a positive process. Whereas selection is what, after the recruitment, in the recruitment you have selected, you have chosen number of candidates. Now from that candidates you will select the suitable candidates. You will pick up the suitable candidates for the work. So picking up the suitable candidates and ignoring the other candidate, so that is why selection is known as the negative process. So on the basis of skills, on the basis of experience, you will evaluate and choose the most appropriate candidate. And when that candidate has joined the company, now you will provide them the training and development programs. So to develop the skills, to improve their career, to improve their professional life, that is why training and development skills are provided. So what are the process? So in selection, first the preliminary interview is conducted. Preliminary interview means they will see, okay, your profile. Okay, if they are okay, they are impressed with your profile, then they will call you. They will ask the timing. Okay, that when we can schedule a main interview. So preliminary interview is done. The application is reviewed again. This application is screened. Then the test is done. Interview is conducted. A reference is checked. If required in certain jobs, medical examination is also important. And then the final candidate will be selected and they will be onboarded. So this is the entire process of selection. Now, different types of recruitment are there. One is the internal recruitment. Internal recruitment means if the company is finding the employees from their inside company only, from their internal company only, that is internal recruitment. The filling the position using their current employees members within the organization. Retained recruitment means here the company is paying a firm, a company is paying for fee, retainer fee known as retainer fee to a firm so that they can give the access of the suitable candidates. So retained recruitment is what, here the fee is paid in advance. So fee is paid in advance, all right, to the retained recruitment. And retained recruitment, the retainer company has to find suitable candidates for the company. Contingency recruitment is what, here the fee is not paid in advance. If you will get a suitable candidate from the third party agency, from any other recruitment party agency, then only you will pay the amount. So that is why it is known as no win, no fee. If you have got the suitable candidate, then only the company will pay the fee to third party agency. Otherwise, not. Outplacement means if those employees who are fired from their company, so such kind of outplacement recruitment, they help in those fired employees. So they help in terminated or laid employees to find new jobs. And reverse recruiting is what, in this, the company itself will help the candidate to get better job. Like in my company, any candidate is working, and I'm seeing that the candidate is very having high skills. The employee should have worked at the high position. But in my company, there is no high position. All the positions are filled. So I will ask my employee that leave my company. Okay, go and find the suitable job which is worth for you. So here the company is encouraging their employee to actively seek employment with a different organization where they can get better position, with better salary, with better interaction with the people. So that is reverse recruitment. So it is also known as the head hunting, and this is the opposite of normal recruitment. Then we have knowledge management. So how to manage the knowledge, how knowledge is being shared or how knowledge is created in the company. That is with the help of CAIIB model, we will learn this. CAIIB is what? S stands for socialization, E stands for externalization, C combination, and I internalization. Given by whom? Nonaka and Takeuchi. Nonaka and Takeuchi. So these two people have given CAIIB model. CAIIB socialization means turning hidden knowledge into hidden knowledge, means you are learning by socializing the people, you are learning through observation, through imitation. Externalization means you are learning whatever you have learned, okay, you have turned that hidden knowledge into a more clear knowledge, okay, in the written form. You are learning more from the people, that is externalization. Combination means what you have learned in socialization and externalization, you are combining these two and you are framing a new knowledge. You have prepared a new knowledge. You have made a new knowledge. And now it's high time that you use that new knowledge in your practical life, in your make them as a part of your personal skills. So internalization means that is learning explicit guides and making them persons. Whatever you have gained a new knowledge, now you are using them in your personal skills. You are using them in your personal and professional life. Next, we have some of the methods in performance appraisal. So when, see, first individual is recruited, after recruitment, then the selection is done. After selection, the introduction programs are there, the induction program that we say. After introduction or induction program, then training is provided, training and development skills are provided. After training and development skill, the individual is working throughout the year. Now it's high time that the performance appraisal is done. After performance appraisal, after the appraisal is given, the performance is measured, then the candidate will be decided whether the candidate will be given a demotion or candidate is given promotion. So these are all the steps of perform of the from recruitment till the final promotion. The performance appraisal includes two methods. One is past-oriented method. In past-oriented, the candidate's past behavior is analyzed. And in future-oriented methods, the individual, not only the past, but also the current scenario is measured. Okay, current situation is also analyzed. So graphic past oriented method, we have graphic rating scale. So in this, simply the rating is given from 1 to 10, 1 to 5. If you like the performance of the employee, then you will give 5 rating. If you don't like the performance of the employee, you will give 1 rating. Ranking method, the employee is put and given the rank 1 to 10. In forced distribution, the employees are distributed on the basis of parameter, and that is known as the forced distribution. Like at top you can keep only 20% of employees, middle you can keep only 60%, and bottom you can keep only 20% of the employees. Means if in the top category you have 30 employees, 30% of you have your employees, but still you have to keep only 20%. So that is the distribution is done on the basis of the fixed parameters, and that is the forced distribution. Forced choice means only few options are given, and in that few options, the assessor has to choose that which one is good or which one is bad. Like if I say employee A is good, employee B is good, or C is good. Employee D is good, but still you don't have any option like D. You have to make the choices among these three. Confidential records means records are made and these are kept only with the certain people. So only certain people has the right to access the records of the employee, the data of the employee. And pen and portrait method it is just like the essay method. Like if I'm saying that okay, in your bank, Mr. X is working. So write about all the things of Mr. X, the qualities, the features, how he behaved in the bad circumstances, how he behaved in critical circumstances, what are his nature, behavior, everything, all the qualities of Mr. X. So that is just like pen portrait. So assessor will write the picture of the assessee's quality. Assessor means the one who is giving the one who is measuring the performance, and assessee means whose performance is measured. Okay, MBO we have done, introduced by Peter F. Drucker and the famous book Practice of Management. This we have just done before. 360-degree feedback appraisal is what? In this, the feedback is taken not only from one senior manager, but from many different people, like from manager also, from customer also, from direct reports also, from peers and suppliers also. And after getting the feedback, if you have got any negative feedback, you are working on that negative feedback. And if again the 360 degrees conducted to know that how much you have improved, so it is known as 720 degree. The first 360 degrees conducted the one cycle to get the feedback. Second 360 degree, second cycle is conducted to know that how much you have done the improvement in yourself. So it is known as 720 degree. Then we have assessment centers. So assessment centers are basically done to test the multiple skills of the candidate, and these are done at the managerial level position. So to test the multiple skills and to find the suitable candidate who should work at the managerial level position, that is why assessment centers are made. In assessment centers, the different centers are made to test the multiple skills of the candidate. The group exercise is there. Why group exercise? So that the assessor may know that how what type of relation you can develop with the people. Can you work in group? Can you work in team? Psychometric testing means if the assessor wants to test your skills, okay, your cognitive domain, your psychomotor domain, then in-tray case study. So in-tray case study means a certain situation is created, a complex situation is given to you, and then you are asked to perform it. Presentation, if the assessor wants to analyze how much presentable you are, can you present your project well in front of the clients? If they want to know how what is the project, can you present it in front of the people? And simulation means a scenario is created, artificial scenario is created. It shows you how you have to deal with the actual situation in future. So that is why they make you ready by with the help of simulated environment. Like, okay, tell me how you can handle an angry customer. What can you play the role of manager? How you will going to handle the customer in the bank? Show me this. Okay, give me the demo this. So that actually you will going to see such situations. You will going to face such situations in future. That is why simulated environment is created. Then HRM is all about managing human resource. So in this recruitment selection is there, okay, giving the introduction programs, giving training and development, and also giving the final appraisal to the employees. Are they demoted or they are promoted in the company? Now, next chapter that is all about unit number 5 is directing. So directing means that motivating employees, influencing employees so that they can do their job well, giving them motivation, giving them direction, supervising them, communicating well. So employees they know very well that what roles and responsibilities they have to follow. So directing is what Keith Davis has said that if you have the capacity that you can convince the other people to achieve their goals, to achieve the objectives of the company, it means you are a good leader. You have leadership will. You have the leadership quality in you. If you can convince other people. So directing is what? Directing is the technique of instructing the employees, guiding the employees so that they can accomplish their objectives well. So this is important. The Keith Davis has said if you have the capacity to convince other people so that they can achieve their predetermined goal, it means a good leadership skill the individual is having. So what are the four elements of directing? Four elements of directing are supervision, guiding the employees, supervising the employees, monitoring the employees, leadership. What type of leader the company is having? The strict leader, the lenient leader, the participative leader, giving more freedom, that type of leader. Motivation is all about driving your internal feeling, okay, through psychologically what is triggering you, and from that how much you are motivated to achieve. Like what triggered you to clear your CAIIB exam? Something has triggered you. That is why you have decided that no, I want to clear my JIB, CIB exam. So what has motivated you? And communication means the interaction between two and more than two people. So four important elements of directing are this. Next is Types of leadership. So first we will see the leadership, the first element of directing, that is authoritarian. Authoritarian means very strict leadership. So in authoritarian, such kind of leader, they have the centralized power. They try to take all the decision of the company. They don't include their people of the company. Participative leadership means these are the leaders. They include their people in the decision making. Delegative laissez-faire means such kind of leader they say that okay, I'm giving complete freedom to my employees. I also see that how my employees are working in the company. If I'm not available any day, or if I'm not present in any day, then how these employees will going to handle the task. So that is why maximum freedom is given to the employees. That is known as the hands-off approach. The leader has given the hands-off, and leader says that let them do freely. It is also known as laissez-faire. Participative is also known as democratic. Authoritarian is also known as autocratic. This is the transactional leadership. So as you can see the image, transactional leadership, transaction means what? Give and take. Yes, give and take policy. So if you will do good job in the company, you will be rewarded by the manager. If you will not complete your see all the files are like this person, this employee has not completed work on time, and the leader is scolding this person. So it means the punishment is there. Good job. If you have completed the task, the manager is bringing reward for you. If you have not completed your task, the manager will punish you. So that is transactional leadership. Transformational leadership is what? These are the leaders. See, this is the leader. This leader is taking all the persons, okay, along with them, all the persons are going. It means the transformational leaders are such leaders who always inspire the people, who always guide the people, and who always motivate the people, no matter the people are working in whichever level. So, all the level of organization and all the teams, all the departments, the leader always motivates their people. So, that is transformation. Okay, so quick autocratic leader, these are the very strict leader. They have the centralized power. They take full authority. They don't include their people in decision making. Participative leader, they include their people in decision making. So before making the final decision, they take the viewpoint of their employees. Delegative means here the leader has given complete freedom to their employees. Transactional give and take policy based on rewards and punishment. And transformational, the leader who always ready to motivate the people. All right, done. So authoritarian total decision making power lies with the one person. But what is the advantage? Decisions could be taken faster. Why? Because only one person is taking decision. So it could be faster. Clear chain of command is there. And disadvantage that sometimes the innovation goes dead. Okay, people are they are not supposed to give their innovative ideas. It will harm coordination. Participative means the collective wisdom is there. Employees are the managers and employees both are participative. They are taking decisions together. So decisions will be taken better. It will also help in the development, the future development of the company. And disadvantage is what? That it is a time consuming because employees will also give their suggestions, their ideas. Then those suggestions will be tested and then the perfect solution will be used. And delegative means here the complete freedom is given. So if the complete freedom is then the people can take new ideas, they can take new initiatives, but at the same time they will not get the proper direction because managers are not included. Manager has said that I'm giving you the complete freedom. I will stay free, do whatever you want to do. Next, in motivation, we have different theories. So, first theory is all about the ERG, that is existence, relatedness, and growth. So, this theory is based on the Maslow hierarchy of need theory. It talks about the Maslow talks about the five stages, and ERG talks about the three stages. Now, so safety and physiological is existence, love and belonging, and half part of the esteem is relatedness. Half part of the esteem, that is the external part of the esteem, and self actualization is under growth. McClelland need theory of motivation given by David McClelland, and this theory is also known as three need theory, learned need theory from time to time. McClelland has given three types of primary need that has to be that drive the human behavior. Need for achievement. So need for achievement, what? So people with such kind of need, they always want to do the challenging task. Okay, and they ignore those tasks which are impossible to complete. So they ignore too easy tasks or impossible to complete tasks. They always want a challenging task. Affiliation means people with such kind of need, they want to make good and healthy relation with the people. They work for more social relationships and belongings. And need for power means people with such kind of need, they want to influence the other life. They want to influence, they want such kind of power that they can control the other people life. That is the essence of power. Equity theory given by Adam. So Adam says that there should be the complete balance between the input and the output. Means how much employee has given in the company. According to that, the company should give them the fair remuneration. The fair salary should be given to the employees. If employee has given his or her 100%, the company should also give the 100% fair compensation. So if there is right balance, it would lead to a productive relationship in the management. So there should be a balance between the employee's input and output given by Adam. That is why it is known as the Adam's equity. Self-determination theory, what it says that the self-determination means the individual itself, the individual himself or herself is sufficient enough to take decisions because you know better what is important for your life, what is the first priority in your life. So you will do that thing first. So self-determination is what when a person or group makes their own decision regarding their life and how it is managed. Given by whom? Given by Rian and Dick. Next, we have the communication. That is the third element of directing. So communication is what? It is the interaction between two people. Who are the two people? When one is the sender and one is the receiver. Sender will send the message and receiver will receive the message. After receiving the message, the receiver will decode and then the receiver will give the response. There are two types of communication. One is the linear model of communication. Linear model of communication means no feedback is there. And dynamic model of communication means interaction is there. If there is interaction, it means feedback is there. See, feedback is written, it is sender will send the message to receiver. In the same context, the receiver will understand, and after understanding the message, the receiver will give the feedback. So it is interactive and reciprocal means the reverse action is also given by the receiver to the sender. And one-way linear communication is no feedback. Like what is the example of linear communication? Like you are watching TV, you are listening radio, okay, you are reading newspaper. So these are what? These are the linear model of communication. Two-way communication is what? Like right now you're watching the session. If you have any doubt, you can comment it in the chat box. You can talk to me. You can have the conversation. So that is two-way communication. And it is happening at the same time. So it is known as synchronous communication. Synchronous means when the things are happening in real time. Asynchronous means that both the sender and receiver are not present. Like some of you will watch this session. Once the session gets over, after the recording is uploaded, then you will watch the session. So at that time when you are watching the session, it's not live. That is a type of asynchronous communication. Next is what? That is the supervision. Again, supervision. Supervision is the Latin word. It means it is the composition of two words. One is the super, second is vision. Super means from above and vision means to see. So it means overseeing the activities of other, supervising them, guiding them, providing them motivation so that the individual can perform their work. So George R. Terry and Stephen G. Franklin has defined supervision as guiding and directing efforts of employees so that the people can accomplish their work. Now, next is all about the controlling. So, last unit of module A, that is what? That is controlling and most important. So, controlling is what? Controlling means what are the activities that individual has done in planning, organizing, staffing, directing. Now, all these activities need to be tested, need to be monitored. So, where it will be monitored? It will be monitored through controlling. So controlling means what are the plan, what is the predetermined goal, means what is the plan that we have made and how much we have achieved. What is the reality means how much we have achieved. So what is our actual performance? We have done the planning and have we executed all the things? What is our actual performance now? So comparing the actual performance with the predetermined goals. If there is any deviation, then corrective measures will be taken. So it ensures that activities are performed as per plans and resource and are used efficiently. Then planning and controlling, these are two sides of a coin. Why? Because without planning, the controlling is baseless, and without controlling, the planning is useless. So if you have whatever you have done in planning, you need to check now that all the activities are done in a proper manner or not. Now, if there is no controlling, then where you will check? So that is why planning is what? It is useless. And if you have not in controlling, what you will monitor in controlling if you have not done any activity in the planning in organizing in staffing directing, no activities are done in the company, then what you will going to monitor? So that is why controlling is completely baseless if no planning is done. So in controlling you will monitor the activity of the first function of management, that is planning. So that is why it is said that these are interdependent to each other. Okay, these are interrelated to each other. Interdependent and interrelated to each other, both planning and controlling. So planning and controlling are interdependent. The controlling function starts where the plan and the controlling function starts and ends with a new plan. So where controlling ends, a new plan starts. So given by whom? Poons and O'Donnell. Okay, so three types of control activities are there: the past, the present, future. So feedback control is there, concurrent, proactive. Feedback control means once you have done the activity, after that you are taking the control measures. Once you have got the feedback, after that the company is taking corrective action, that is feedback. All right. Now, concurrent means what? Concurrent means you are doing, okay, you are correcting your mistakes parallelly, means you are doing your work, and if there is any deviation you are correcting your mistakes also. So that is concurrent control, means control is done parallelly. And proactive means you have anticipated the future problem. You know that this problem will going to arise in future. So for that you have taken the proactive measures. You have anticipated the problems well in advance and you have used the control methods to solve such problem. So it is known as the future. All right. You have seen that my sales went down. Sales went down. This year, my sales went down from 10% to 8%. So after going down, then you are using control measures. Okay. Parallelly, you are seeing that last year, the target of my sales was 20%. Okay, this year also my target of my sales was 20%. But last year I have achieved at this time 12%. But this time I have not achieved 12, I have achieved only 10. So you will use the control measures parallelly only to achieve your target. And proactive control means you are seeing that in coming time, the demand of the customers will be very low. So if the demand is very low, so definitely my sales will also be low. So you are using new methods and techniques. You are increasing your sales now only so that the problem may not arise in future. So you have anticipated the problems well in advance. That is the future. All right. Now control steps. So we have total four steps in controlling. First, the standards are established. So you will establish the standard. What are the ultimate goals? What is the ultimate performance that we have to do? After establishing the standards, then you will measure the performance. You will see that whether we have achieved the performance or not. Like you decided to make 10,000 units. This is what? This is your benchmark. These are your standards. After this, you have measured the performance. Okay, you are seeing that I have only made 7,000 units. Then you will determine the performance is matching with the standard. You are seeing that no, the performance is not matching with the standard. 3,000 deviation is there. Now, why this occurred? What was the reason behind this? Why you could not achieve your target? And you will take corrective actions for that. That is step number 4. Step 1, establishing standards and methods for measuring performance. Then second, measuring the performance. Third, determining the performance is matching with the standard. If not, then taking corrective actions. Then we have different types of traditional and modern techniques. So all these are traditional techniques and all these are modern techniques. So personal observation means what? Personal observation means you are going yourself and you are visiting in field, in factory. You are personally observing that things are going according to the stated plans or not. Then statistical report means in this all the reports will be seen how the data you have collected, okay, what you have stated, how you will use to solve the problem, and what are your future course of action. Then we have break-even analysis. So break-even analysis is the point where all the revenue equals the cost. So break-even point, all right. So break-even point formula is what? That is fixed cost upon contribution per unit. This is to find the number of units that the company has to make in order to achieve the break-even situation. Break-even situation means a point where the company is neither making any profit nor making any loss. Company is just covering all its costs at this point. What are those costs? The fixed cost and variable cost. Fixed cost, it do not change with the production level. It is always same like rent, salary, and variable cost. It changes according to the production level. And contribution is what? That is sales minus variable cost is what? Contribution. Okay, then we have budgetary control. So different budgets are made. Okay, so for sales, the budget is there. Finances, for marketing, budget is there. Advertisement, different company makes the budget. Then we have ROI, return on investment. So return on investment, it measures the what is the return when the company is doing investment on particular project. If you are doing capital investment, if you are purchasing any machinery, if you are making any further investment, what are the returns that you have expected? It is also known as dew point method. What is the formula? That is net profit upon all the original cost. Original cost means original investment into 100. Net profit, how to calculate? Revenue minus cost. If positive ROI is means the investment is profitable. If negative ROI is means investment is not profitable, it will result you in loss. Then different types of ratio analysis is there. It tells about the financial health of a company. What is the financial health of a company? So we have liquidity, solvency, profitability. Liquidity talks about whether a company is in a position to pay their short-term obligation. For that, two ratios are there: current, quick ratio. Idle current ratio is 2:1. Idle quick ratio is 1:1. In quick ratio, we do not include stock. We do not include prepaid expenses. Solvency ratio, it talks about the ability of a firm that whether the firm can repay their long-term obligation or not. So this is related to long-term, like debt to equity, how much debt and equity composition is there, debt to asset and interest coverage ratio. Profitability ratio talks about the efficiency of the company to generate profit. We have net profit margin, ROA, ROE. Then management information system. So this is the information system that helps in collecting the right information at the right time and it helps in providing the correct information to the candidate. So right information, right time, right people, that is MIS. Then next we have PERT and CPM. So both PERT and CPM, these are the tools that helps you to analyze that how much time it will take to complete a project. Okay, so if you don't know the actual time, how much time it will take to complete one project or how much time it will take to complete the task, in that case we use PERT. This is the planning tool used when project time is uncertain, when you don't know how much time it will take. So in which type of project we are unaware of the time? When we have done the investment in infrastructure project, when we are working in R&D project, new product development. So in that case, we are unaware of the time. So it helps to find the actual time with the help of three scenarios. Optimistic means best scenario is if everything goes well in the company. Most likely means the normal situation, the average situation. And pessimistic means the worst scenario when things goes wrong. And CPM is all about critical path method. So in this, we know we can anticipate, we can know that this much time it will take to complete. We are certain about the time. But If we are certain about the time, now we will find the cost effective ways, how much we can save our cost, how much we can save our more time so that we can achieve the targets as soon as possible. So this is the planning tool used when project time is certain and the cost is important. It is best for construction manufacturing. We know that 5 days or 5 months it will take to complete the project. Actual 5 months it will take. Now we are using the different ways so that we can keep less this time. We will try to achieve our project in 4 months. If in 4 months we will achieve the project, then we can save the cost of 1 month. So it focuses on cost and time optimization. Okay, so these are international control frameworks. Internal control framework. So COBIT framework is what? COBIT is for control objectives for information technology. So C stands for control, OB objectives information technology. So these are the frameworks that help us to design that how the IT is used in the company, all the information technology, all the information access is completely done or not. The CIO, CISO officers, they will check that whether the activity related to IT should be done properly. All the information, all the data should be stored properly, and whenever needed, one can access that data. So it focuses specifically on IT governance and management framework. And COSO is what? COSO is the framework that is the Committee of Sponsoring Organization of the Trade Commission. This committee has made the COSO framework responsible. This committee is responsible and it works on the five different factors: control environment, risk assessment, control activities, INC, and monitoring. All right, now one more topic was there, responsibility accounting. So responsibility accounting is what? See, in this we will see that how much specific amount of responsibility is given to the employee. Are they responsible enough to carry all the activities? Are they responsible enough to manage all the accounts related work? And four categories of responsibility centers are. One is the revenue center. The revenue center means focusing more on sales. Profit center focusing more on different stores so that the company can generate profit. Cost center means if you are doing more production, more cost is. If you are doing less production, less cost is. And investment center means the long term asset, the long term that creates the long term value in the company, that is asset. So these are the four categories of responsibility centers. All right, and we have completed our module A. Just wait for 1 minute. All right, so we have completed our module A. Now, next we will start with our module B, that is the all about the finances. All right, financial management. So I hope so far, if you are new, if you are watching this session for the very first time, then kindly subscribe the channel. I hope you have shared it with others also, and do like the session if you feel you are getting any benefit from this particular video. Let's start with module B, that is the advanced concept of financial management. Okay. In module A, we have studied how to manage our company, how to manage our people, how to manage our organization structure. All these we have seen. Now in module B, we will see that how to manage our finances. Because for any company, the core element is finance. Without finance, the company will won't able to achieve their uh, objectives. Okay, won't able to achieve their core goals. So that is why funds are important. So we have two different types of sources of fund. One is on the basis of time and one is on the basis of ownership. On the basis of time, we have short-term fund that is less than 1 year and long-term funds that is more than 1 year. So why you will use short-term funds if you want to fulfill your working capital needs? Why you will use long-term funds if you want to fulfill your term loan needs? Okay, like if you want to purchase machinery, if you want to do investment, if you want to invest in any tangible business. So these are long-term funds needed. Owners fund means when when the owner will bring capital in his company, and borrowed fund means the loan, the debt that companies they take help from bank or financial institution. So this is owners and borrowed fund. All right. Next is all about the equity capital. So what is equity capital? Equity capital means the capital when the company raises, okay, when the company wants funds, when the company wants money, the company issues the equity capital. The company issues the equity capital for raising funds in the company. If the company is issuing the equity capital, the one who is purchasing the one who is purchasing those shares, not capital, so they will become the equity share of the company. So company they issue shares to raise funds in the market. So it is divided into units called equity share, and each unit has the same value that is known as nominal value. Equity holders, they have given two types of financial right. What the first right is of dividend. They can claim for the dividend. And if the company is making any kind of surplus profit, okay, any kind of extra bonus, then in that also the equity shareholders they can claim. They have the right in case of liquidation. They have the voting right. So equity shareholders got the voting right, which is stated in under Companies Act 2013, and anyone can subscribe to n number of equity shares. Just that has to be mentioned. All the terms and conditions have to be mentioned in the AOA of the company, Article of Association. What is preference capital? So preference capital, the preference word is given means these shareholders they get some type of preference. What are the preference? If company is issuing the preference shares, okay, and the one who is purchasing those shares, they will become the preference shareholders. So preference capital or preference shareholders they get the preference of dividend. They are paid before common shareholders. So common shareholders are what? Equity shareholders. What is the other name of equity shareholders? The common equity. So these are the common shareholders means equity shareholders. And equity shareholders, they will always be paid after preference shareholders. They get the liquidation preference. So when the company gets liquidated, so first liquidation amount will be given to preference share capital. They have the option of convertibility, means their preference shares can be converted into equity later on. So if the company wants to convert their if the company wants the benefit of ownership, wants the benefit of capital appreciation, then they can convert their preference shares into the equity. So they have the option to convert into common shares. They don't get voting right, no voting right is given to them. And redemption and maturity, so these are redeemable also, irredeemable also. Redemption means the company is have decided the fixed period to buy back the shares from the investors. So that is redemption and maturity. Types of preference shares. So cumulative preference shares means the areas can be accumulated, areas can be added. Non-cumulative means the preference shareholders they cannot claim no claim for areas of dividend. Redeemable means repayment date is fixed. Repayment date is decided by the company. It is fixed by the company. Repayment date is not fixed by the company. That is irredeemable. Participating means these preference holders they can participate in the extra bonus of the company, extra commission, extra matter of the company, that is participating. Non-participating, they are not allowed to participate. Convertible, they can be converted into equity later on. Non-convertible, they are not allowed to convert their shares into equity. Next, we have the debenture. So what is debenture? Debenture is a type of loan. It's a type of debt. And this debt is given to the company when company wants capital, when company wants more fund. So company is issuing the debenture and the one who is purchasing those debentures by giving the loan to the company, they become the debenture holder. Debenture holders, they become the creditors of the company. So these are type of borrowed funds that the company takes. The debenture holder The company gives the regular rate of interest to the debenture holders. The compulsory interest is there, like when company takes debt from the bank. So company has to pay regular interest. Yes. So similar to that, the company has to pay regular interest to their debenture holders. Why? Because these debenture holders have given loan to the company, and in return of the loan, you have to pay the interest also. These securities, so debentures are secured debentures, means securities provided, and unsecured means no security is given. Redemption means their repayment date is fixed. Similar to preference shareholders, no voting right is given to debenture holders. Appointment of trustee, so the trustee is appointed uh, to assure that whatever funds the debentures holder have provided to the company, those funds are used for the safe purpose. And again, these are also given the option of convertibility, means they can convert into the equity later on. Next unit is all about the unit number 8, that is what is leverage. So leverage is what? See, leverage simply means a type of support. Type of support means a type of help that anyone gets. So leverage, it is the ability that small initial force is given to move a massive object. Like this boy is forcing this rod so that the container may lift up. And this container is lifting up. How it is lifting up? Because the force is given by this boy. So it says if the force is given so to any object so that the other object may lift up. Like that is what this is the same thing that is applied in the business also. In business, if any force is given, okay, if any extra support is given, extra help is given to the company so that the company may lift up. Now, what type of support the company needs? The type of support that company need is debt. That is loan. If company gets the help of loan or extra money or borrowed funds, then company can amplify their profits, means increase their profit and increase their returns. So Galileo has said that give me a point of support and I can lift the entire earth. So leverage in financial terms is it is the use of borrowed capital or debt to increase the potential return on an investment. So with the help of debt, the returns, the company can increase their returns. How company can increase their return? If company is taking loan from bank, company will use that loan, okay, for expanding their company, for operating their activities, okay, for investing in other projects. And with all these things, the returns will increase, the profit will increase. But at the same time, the companies, they need to pay attention more that if they are taking loan from the bank, then they not only have to repay the loan, but they also have to repay the interest. And the burden of this interest will sometime make the company very risky when the company has taken more loan. A limited amount of loan, a balanced amount of loan is okay, it's comfortable for the company. But if the company is taking more and more loan, company is not having any kind of concern of their equity shareholders, the company is giving more value to debt, then certainly the company will be under risk. All right. So it says that by using debt to finance portion potentially increases the gains also and risk also. Three types of leverage are financial, operating, combined. Financial leverage, it comes because of the it increases the financial risk of the company. Operating leverage, it increases the operating risk of the company. Operating risk means the business risk. And combined leverage is what? It includes the total risk. Means combined leverage is financing leverage into operating leverage. Now, in leverage, one chart is very, very important. That is this chart. What is the chart? Sales we have. Okay, sales we have. Sales minus variable cost. We get contribution. Contribution minus fixed cost. We get EBIT. EBIT minus interest. We get EBT. EBT sometimes it is written as PBT also. EBT, PBT minus tax, that is EAT. EAT sometimes it is written as profit after tax. All right, so this is the entire income statement. And if you know this statement, if you can solve this statement, then you can solve any question of leverage. So it is same, okay, EAT or EPS. Now, financial leverage is what? It is like double-edged sword. Double-edged sword means it gives the benefit of both gain as well as loss. So both of things are there. The benefit also, the loss also. How benefit your financial leverage means the debt. It means what? Financial leverage means debt, the loan, the borrowed money. If you will take loan, you can increase your gain, but at the same time you have to bear loss also. So it can increase the return on equity, but if used much, it can hurt it too. So we have to use the leverage wisely. So optimal level, see, it says that uh, leverage, financial leverage, the debt should be used at the optimal level. Means there should be the right balance between the equity and debt. So if right balance is there, then you can easily make the benefits also, and you can easily cover your cost also. What is the formula of a financial leverage? That is all about EBIT upon EBT. How to calculate EBIT? Like this. How to calculate EBT? Like this. So financial leverage formula is EBIT upon EBT, and degree of financial leverage means percentage change in EPS upon percentage change in EBIT. How much changes you are making in your operating profit? EBIT is operating profit. How much changes you are making in your EBIT? With that change, what is the effect on your EPS? So how much your EPS is sensitive with respect to EBIT? Similarly, operating leverage, how it arises, operating leverage means the fixed operating cost is there. Fixed operating cost means for running regular business, you need to do the regular expenses in your company. Like you have to buy raw materials, you have to pay salaries, you have to pay rent, you have to pay electricity expenses. So fixed, these are the fixed expenses that you have to pay in your normal day-to-day life for operating your activities. So it is cost due to fixed operating expenses in the company. And what are the fixed operating expenses? The variable cost, the fixed cost. Fixed cost like rent, salary, variable cost like raw material. So if it says that, it means if a small increase in sales, if you are making a small increase in sales, then you will earn a big increase in your profit. Why? Because of presence of fixed cost. Similarly, if sales are less, then there is much less profit in your company. Why? Because these fixed costs, they do not change. They will always remain same. So if the sales are less, if a small increase in sales are there, it can lead to big increase in profit because of fixed cost. And if there is less increase in sales, if sales are less, then the profit will also be less, but in a more amount. So it says on the flip side, if sales go down, profits will also drop quickly. Why? Because these fixed costs are present. Everything is changing, but fixed cost is not changing. That is why the the relation between the sales and the profit is not same. It will fluctuate. So what is the formula of operating leverage? That is contribution upon EBIT. Sales minus variable cost is what? Contribution upon EBIT. And degree of OL, what it says, that percentage change in EBIT upon percentage change in sales, means thus you are making changes in your sales. Even if a small changes in your sales the company is making, there is a large change in the operating profit, that is in the EBIT. So this is very, very important. What it says, effect of sales change on EBIT. A small change in sales can cause a large change in EBIT. Why? Because of the presence of fixed cost. The sensitivity is measured by operating leverage. So how much sensitive your operating profit is with respect to the changes in sales. Example is there to understand this particular thing. This is the example. Like company is making shoes. All right, fixed cost is 1 lakh. Variable cost is 200 per shoe. Selling price is 300 per shoe. Taken two cases are taken, cases one and case two. Case one is sales is 1500 shoes. If sales are 1500, what would be the revenue? 1500, and how much selling price is? One per shoe, one shoe selling price is 300. So 1500 into 300, 4 lakh 50. Similarly, variable cost will be 1500 into 200, 3 lakh. Now, sales minus variable cost is contribution. So contribution minus fixed cost is EBIT, that is 50,000. Okay, let's increase the sales. How much the company is increasing the sales? Company is increasing the sales by just 10%. Means 1500 plus 10%. What it would be? 1650. Okay, 1650 into 300, 4 lakh 95,000. Similarly, variable cost will be changed. Why? Because the sales are changed. Now contribution and EBIT. So EBIT comes 65,000. You are making 10% in changes in sales. How much your EBIT has changed? Earlier it was how much? Earlier it was 50,000. It has increased to 65,000. How much it has increased to 15,000? It has increased. Initial it was 50,000 into 100, 3030 cancel, 00 cancel, 5 twos are 10, 15 twos are 30. It means only 10% sales are changing, but EBIT is not changing by 10%. EBIT is changing by 30%. It means a small change in sales can cause large change in EBIT. Why? Because of the presence of fixed cost. So everything is changing. See, variable cost is also changing over here, but fixed cost is remain same, that is 1 lakh. All right. Okay. Done. Understood. Now next is break-even analysis and operating leverage. So this particular chart is very important. It talks about the relationship between leverage break-even point and fixed cost operating leverage. Now, if company is high levered, means firm with high leverage means firm has taken more debt. Yes, this is the meaning of leverage. If firm has taken more debt, it means firm has more money. Firm has more money, firm will do more operation, firm will earn more money, quick money, the company will going to earn. So if company is earning quick money, so the break-even point is what? The break-even point is higher. The company will achieve the break-even point fast. Higher means the company will achieve the break-even point fast. And as soon as the company is achieving break-even point, that is good for the company. Yes, firm with low leverage, if low leverage means debt is less in the company. If debt is less in the company, then company will make less profit. Okay, less profit, less returns are there. So in that case, the break-even point, the company will achieve the break-even point very late. Late means lower break-even point is there. So in this case, there is the positive relation between both the cases. High leverage, high break-even point. High break-even point means fast break-even point. Low leverage, low break-even point means lower break-even point. Fixed cost and operating leverage. So high fixed cost. If fixed cost is high, it means company has high operating leverage because the rent is fixed, salary is fixed, um, electricity expenses fixed. So operating leverage is high. Low fixed cost. Low fixed cost means operating leverage is low. So in both the cases, we have the positive relation between leverage and break-even point, fixed cost and operating leverage. All right. So what is the formula of combined? Combined leverage means OL into FL. OL is contribution upon EBIT, and operating leverage formula, financial leverage formula, EBIT upon EBT. So this goes cancel. What is left? Contribution upon EBT. Now this is the chart where that is very important. It includes all the things of OL, FL, and CL. OL is effect of fixed operating cost and EBIT. What is the effect of operating cost on earning before interest and tax? It focuses on the operating risk, that is the business risk. Degree of operating leverage is percentage change in EBIT upon sales. It analyzes the sensitivity of EBIT due to the sales change. So how much sensitive the EBIT is with respect to the changes that the company is making in the sales. It talks about the business risk. High OL means high change in EBIT with small change in sales. So if small changes the company is making in sales, there is large change in EBIT. Just now we have seen the example, the shoe one. Similarly, financial leverage is effect of fixed financial costs and percentage of change in EPS upon EBIT. So if the company is making changes in their operating profit, how much earning per share will change? How much EBT will change? It talks about the financial risk, and it includes financial leverage means that is the more money, more borrowed money the company has taken from bank. So it's a highly borrowed firm. Combined, it includes both the features of OL and FL, operating leverage and financial leverage. So OL into FL. So remember, it is OL into FL. It is not OL plus FL. So plus sign is not there. The multiplication sign is. It analyzes the sensitivity of EPS due to sales change. If company is making changes in sales, how much EPS will change? like company evaluating overall performance strategy. So in this, both the OL and FL will be included. So this is the entire chart. All right, just go through this chart once. If you have any doubt, then you can ask me. All right. Now, next chapter that we will start is capital investment. So, capital investment means what? The investment that is done for a long period of time, okay, to acquire or improve any long-term asset, buildings, machinery, technology. The capital investment is the money that is spent to help the business grow in the long run. So, why it is done? So that the company they can gain the operational efficiency, they can do more growth, okay, they can make the firm more stable in the economy. So that is why capital investment is done to get the benefit of long term, benefit in long term. Now, in capital investment, we will see all about the capital budgeting. See, in financing, there are different types of decision. Okay, investing decision, financing decision, dividend decision. In investing decision, when the company takes the decision where to invest, either to invest in short term or to invest in long term. If the company is investing in short term, company will do working capital management. If the company is investing in long term, then company will do capital budgeting. So long-term investment decision is the part of capital budgeting. And capital budgeting, the decisions taken related to capital budgeting, these are irreversible. Irreversible means once you have taken the decision, you cannot reverse back. Although if the decision is wrong, you have to bear that decision, but you cannot take back the decision. Like if you have invested on let's take A. If company has invested on project A, company has invested, company has given the money. Now, after few days, company is realizing that this project is very bad. This project will not give you the good returns. So, can you take money back from this project? Can you say to the owner that no, I don't believe in you. I don't have any more trust on you. Your firm is not good. I want to take my money back. Is it possible? Can you do this? No. That is why capital budgeting decisions are what? These are irreversible. Okay, in capital budgeting, different methods are there. Okay, some traditional methods are there and some modern methods are there. So in traditional methods, we have payback period and we have accounting rate of return. In modern methods, we have NPV, we have profitability index, we have discounted payback period, we have um, internal rate of return, we have modified internal rate of return. So these are the decisions taken in modern capital budgeting. So different methods, they use different type of cash flows. Payback period, NPV, profitability index, all these methods they use cash flow after tax. Rest ARR is the only method that includes profit after tax. Why? Why this? Because ARR it follows the accounting profit. And in modern and traditional methods, these methods they follow the discounted cash flow, that is the considering time value of money. Why these methods are known as modern? Because they follow the time value of money, that is discounting. And rest the two methods, payback and ARR, these do not follow discounting, these do not follow time value of money. All right, one more thing. Suppose if the question is given, if in the question part is given, and the question asks you to calculate NPV, what to do in this case? We know that NPV uses which type of cash flow? CFAT. So if part is given in the question, one more thing is given in the question, that is the depreciation. So simply you have to add depreciation in order to get the CFAT. And if in the question CFAT is given and the question says that calculate accounting rate of return. So what you will do in this case? In this case, simply you will deduct the depreciation from CFAT. You will get profit after tax. So this is the same thing that this chart is saying. Sales minus variable cost, we get contribution minus fixed cost, and in this fixed cost only it is assumed that depreciation is also deducted. So we get PBT, profit before tax, or earnings before tax, less tax, that is profit after tax, If we will add depreciation, see again the depreciation is added. Uh, Earnings after tax means profit after tax. If you will add the depreciation, then you will get CFAT. All right. So these are all the traditional and modern methods. Payback ARR, these do not follow time value of money. These follow time value of money means discounting. Discounting means finding the present value of all the future cash flows that you will generate, of all cash flows that company will generate in future. So future cash flows would be computed in present value terms. That is what the discounting is. So what is payback period? Payback period means it means how quickly the investor is recovering its initial amount. Investor has invested 5 lakh rupees. Now this 5 lakh rupees investor is receiving in how much amount, in how much time, not amount, in how much time, that is what the payback period is. So payback period is the time it takes for an investment to generate cash flow sufficient to cover their initial cost. How quickly investor can expect their money back from a project. So payback period formula is that is only original cost or initial investment divided by all the cash inflows. So time value of money does not consider time value of money, and it is one of the important tool of capital budgeting. So payback period is given like a company wants to install an ice cream machine in its restaurant. It is expected to cost $60,000. 60,000 expected to cost means original investment has 4 year life. How much life is 4 year? Means in this 4 year, if company is recovering its amount, then it is healthy for the company. If not, then company is in loss. 3,000 is salvage value, and the company its annual net cash inflows is 22,000. Means every year the company is receiving 22,000. So what is the payback period? Original cost upon cash flows 60,000 upon 22,000, that is 2.73 years. It means it is less than 4 years. Yes. So this investment is good to accept. Okay, this is 2.3 years it is given. If I want to know that actual how many more months the company need to recover its money. So 2 years are fixed. Yes. How much more month? How much extra time? That is 0.73 is left. If you want to know how much month, you have to multiply it by 12. So 0.73 into 12, that is 8.76. So we can take and 2 years and 9 months. So in 2 years and 9 months, the company will recover their initial amount, that is 60,000. What was the initial amount? 60,000. So this is payback period. This is in case of when the company is generating even cash flows. When there is uneven cash flows, then in that case, the cumulative frequencies the company has to calculate. Now, ARR is what? Okay, ARR is accounting rate of return or average rate of return. So accounting rate of return or average rate of return, it what basically it says that what is the return the company will going to expect from the particular project, and that return should be in the form of average, and that should be in the form of percentage value. That is why we will multiply it by 100 in accounting rate of return. So it talks about it is known as the average rate of return. It does not take into account the time value of money. No discounting is done, and it is generated from the capital investment. So how, okay, what is the decision criteria of payback period? Can anyone tell me? The decision criteria of payback is lower the better. Okay, decision criteria is lower the better. As soon as the company will receive their initial amount, that is good for the company. ARR method is what? What is the decision criteria for this? Higher ARR, that project will be selected. Higher ARR will be selected. Like two projects is A and B. A is having the ARR of 14%. B is having the ARR of 20%. So which project company will choose? Company will go for project B. Why? Because the average rate of return is high. The returns are high from project A. It ignores time value of money. Okay, it does not follow time value of money, does not follow discounting, and in this always the answer comes in percentage. Okay, and it accountable for depreciation. So it accountable means depreciation is already being used in ARR method. That is why it is understood that depreciation is all deducted in ARR method. Next is what that is NPV, net present value. See, we will be doing questions related to payback, ARR, all the types of method tomorrow. So tomorrow also there will be the session 6 p.m. onwards. So first we will complete module C. Okay, very important module. This we will complete tomorrow. Today we will complete module A, B, and D. And plus 140 questions are there. So altogether we have 140 questions. So that we will be doing tomorrow. So do join tomorrow's session also. Okay, now NPV is what net present value. So net present value, what it says that a rupee now is more valuable than the same rupee a year later. Means whatever amount you have right now, the same amount is the same amount will not going to give you the same value in future. Like for example, you have 500 rupees, okay, the note of 500 rupees. Now that 500 rupees you can buy multiple items today. After 5 years, can you buy the same quantity, the same item from that 500 rupees? No. Either the quantity would be less or the amount will be high. So net present value says that the money which you have now that is more worth as compared to the same money that you will have in future. So what you have now is worth more than same you might get later. A bird in the hand is worth two in the bush. What is the formula of net present value? Present value of cash inflow minus present value of cash outflow. So it is the difference between present value of cash inflow minus present value of cash outflow. It is one of the important tool of investment decision making and it considers time value of money. What is the decision criteria of NPV? If NPV is greater than zero, accept the project. Equal to zero, it depends on you whether to accept it or reject it. Means you will earn nothing in this project. Neither you will lose nor you will earn. And NPV is less than zero, reject the project. IRR is what? Internal rate of return. This is the rate of return. It is the basically a rate of return that is the discounting rate where NPV equals to zero. So if the NPV equals to zero, that rate is known as the IRR. What is the decision criteria for IRR? The higher IRR, accept the project. If IRR is less than the cost, means return is less than the cost, reject the project. And it is also known as the break-even situation. Why? Because NPV is equal to zero, that position is IRR. Modified internal rate of return, what it says, see, what it is generally said, IRR, what it assumes, IRR assumes that whatever profits the internal rate of return, whatever returns the company has made by following IRR method, the same profit, the same investments, the IRR will going to reinvest in the same IRR at the same percentage. So it is not applicable in real scenario. Whatever profit you have made, you will not going to reinvest the same profit in the same project at the same return. So it is not possible every time. So that is why modified version comes that it solves the problem of IRR. It is the better version of IRR and it gives more a realistic return. So you invest 1,000, you get different cash flows. IRR may say return is 15%, but it is too optimistic. Alright, MIRR says 12, but it is realistic. So go for the realistic one. Next is all about the profitability index. So profitability index is also known as the ranking method. It tells about the relationship between the cost and benefit of the project. What is the cost and what is the benefit related to the project? It tells the relation between these two. This project is also known as the value investment ratio, profit investment ratio, ranking method. Also, we say this project, the name of this project is ranking method. Why? Because here we give the rank to the project. All right, and what is the formula of profitability index? That is present value of cash inflows divided by original investment. Original investment means initial investment. Okay. Original or initial investment. Decision criteria of profitability index. If profitability index is greater than 1, accept it. If profitability index is equal to 1, okay, you are indifferent. the investor want to accept or reject, it depends entirely on that person. If profitability index is less than 1, reject that project because that project will not going to give you good returns. Next is all about the unit number 10, all about the capital budgeting related to international projects. So far we have seen if company they want to invest in Indian project, what are the different considerations they have to see, or what are the different ways through which different methods through which they can analyze the project is good or project is not good. Now in same thing we will going to apply in capital budgeted related to international project. Just one thing is different, that is what, that is the currency rate. Rest all the methods in the capital budgeting in related to international project, the methods are same, whether it is NPV, IRR, profitability index, MIRR, any method is there, all are same. So what are the return and risk, whether doing when doing investment in foreign projects, what are the return and risk the companies they get? So potential returns are the risk can be diversified. Diversification is there. Growth opportunities the company will get. Company's currency will be appreciated. How company will invest in foreign countries project. So the money that the company has gained in foreign value, in foreign currency, the foreign currency is always high. Okay, the dollar, the value of dollar is always high than the rupee. So currency will be appreciated. The companies they get the access to different industries and the company can make higher profit. All right, what are the risk of foreign investment? Again, the currency risk is there, political economic risk is there. All the different types of risk are there when company is investing in another country. Next, we have one CAPM model. CAPM model, this model is basically designed, okay, to know the discounting rate, to know the expected return through different risks that are attached with the investment. So capital asset pricing model, it establishes a relationship between the return of an asset and the risk that is related to the investment. So what if the company has done the investment. So what is the risk related to that investment and what are the returns that company can expect? So the relation between risk and return is defined by the capital model. And it follows the market risk. So capital model follows the market risk. What is the formula? That is expected return, how to calculate risk-free rate plus beta, okay, market risk premium, that is RM minus RF. This is the formula of CAPM model. So CAPM model, it explains how to calculate the expected return of an investment when that investment is completely based on the market risk. So expected return to calculate RF is what? Risk-free rate. Risk-free rate is what? All the government securities, government bond, these are the risk-free. RM is expected market return. What is the return the instrument or what is the return that the investor is expecting from market minus risk-free rate. And RM minus RM, this is known as market risk premium. So to cover the risk, the premium is given by the companies, that is market risk premium. And B is defined the levered beta, that is the risk of the investment. So beta is what? That is the risk level. So this is the formula through which you can calculate the CAPM model question. Risk-free rate, you will get this much return without taking any risk. Risk premium, if you are taking extra risk, what extra return you can expect. And beta is what? This is very important. If beta is equal to 1, means your instrument, your stock, it is having the same risk as compared to market. Means market is also risky, your instrument is also risky. Beta is greater than 1 means your instrument is more risky than the market. And beta is less than 1 means the instrument is less risky than the market. Like example is risk-free rate is given how much? 5%. Expected market return is what? That is 2 means RM is given how much? That is 12%. And beta is given how much? 1.5. What is the formula? RF plus beta, RM minus RF. This is to calculate the expected return. RF is 5% plus 1.5. Okay, RM is 12 minus 5. 5 plus 1.5 into 7. 5 plus 1.5 into 7, that is 10.5. 10.5 plus 5 is 15.5. So the company is expecting 15.5 return for that investment. Clear? Now, next is the arbitrage pricing theory. So, arbitrage pricing theory, what it says, it explains how the return of an investment is decided. So, this is also the same, just like CAPM model, but the difference is there in CAPM model, it considers only the market risk. But APT, arbitrage pricing theory says that the risk is dependent upon different factors, not only the market risk. Not only market risk will affect the instrument, but there are many factors that will affect the instrument. And the arbitrage means when the investor is earning money from price differences in the shares or in the securities. Like for example, you have bought the securities worth rupees 10 lakh, all right, from one market. Okay, let's take it 10,000. And you are selling the shares in another market where the value is 12,000. So it means selling, okay, it means buying and selling the securities simultaneously to gain what to make the profit through price differences. So buying from one market where the price is low and selling to another market where the price is high. And from this, whatever the price differences is there, that is what the profit of arbitrageurs are. So it says the return you expect from an investment, it depends on many factors, not only one single factor like inflation, interest rate, GDP growth. It is example is given. So all these factors, they will affect the return. Think of investing like baking a cake. If you are baking a cake, so final taste will come. It depends on many ingredients, sugar, flour, butter, baking time, etc. So the return on investment, it also depends upon many economic factors, inflation, interest rate, and economic growth. What are the risks? Inflation going up and down. These are the factors, interest rate changing, changes in oil prices, changes in the commodity prices, economy downturn is there. So all these are the factors that may affect the profitability of the project, in return on the investment. Why it is called arbitrage? Just now I have explained you the investors, they can buy the cheaper one and sell the expensive one in the other market to make risk-free profit. So it is what the zero investment the investors have to make. Yes, if the investor is purchasing from one market where the price is very low, so investor have analyzed all the market where the price is very low, from that market the investor has purchased, and where the price is very high, in that market the investor will going to sell. So there is zero investment, always positive returns are there, no losses are there in risk-free profit. Okay, what is the difference between APT and CAPM? CAPM says return depends only on market risk, and APT says the return depends upon many other risk factors. So the return on the investment, it depends upon many other factors, many other risks are there that may create impact in the project return, in the investment return. So APT is more better, more flexible, and more realistic. Okay, so one question is there, APT formula, arbitrage pricing theory. What is the formula? Following four factors are given being identified as stock returns. And every factor has given the sensitivity and the risk of premium. Means, see, sensitivity means just now we have seen how sensitive means how quickly it gets affected. That is what the sensitive is. And if every factor is sensitive, for that the coverage of risk premium is given. Means the more risk to cover the risk premium is associated with each factor. Like GDP, we have growth beta is 0.6. To cover its beta risk premium 4% is given. Inflation rate 0.8, to cover the risk premium 2% is given. Similarly, gold price minus 0.7. This is beta is what? Beta is the risk that is attached to all these factors. To cover the risk premium is given. And risk-free rate is 3%, means without having any kind of risk like government securities bond, how much company can earn? That is 3%. So what is the formula of APT theory, expected return, how to calculate risk-free rate plus this is what? These are all the different factors. So can I say beta 1? Can I say beta 2? Can I say beta 3? Yes. So beta 1 into risk premium 1 plus beta 2 into risk premium 2 plus beta 3 into risk premium 3 plus beta 4 into risk premium 4. Now, if you will see 0.6 into 4%, 0.8 into 2%, this is minus 0.5 into 7% and 1.3 into 9%. If you will calculate, you will get 15.2. It means the expected return that the investors, the arbitrators, they are expecting is 15.2. Just have a look this chart. If you have any doubt, ask me. Clear? All right. Now next unit starts. That is what? That is all about sensitivity analysis. Scenario analysis means the risk and uncertainties. So different types of risk and uncertainties are attached to the project. Now, how to analyze those risk and uncertainties? We have different ways. One is sensitivity analysis. Sensitivity analysis, what it says that keeping all the factors constant, if you are changing one variable at a time, then how your project will be affected? What would be the effect on the profitability of the project? So technique used to determine how different values of an independent variable it will impact the dependent variable because we are changing only one factor at a time. Only one factor is changed and all the factors are kept constant. So with that factor, if it is changing, what is the effect on other factors? So what are independent variables like cost projection, revenue, net profit? These are the independent variable. If you will change the cost, if you will change the revenue, if you will your net profit is changed. So what would be the effect on the project's NPV, project's net present value and viability? So the goal is to assess the specific impact of changes in each important variable. So every time you will change one variable each and you will see the impact, which is having the more less impact that for that you will for at that time you will calculate the NPV and you will assume that okay this is the less risk attached to the project and the highest also you will calculate in same way. Next is scenario analysis. So it is extension of one step ahead of the sensitivity analysis. In sensitivity analysis, we change one variable at a time. In scenario analysis, we change multiple variables in three different scenarios. Now, what are the three different scenarios? Best one, best is known as optimistic, worst is known as pessimistic, and the normal is known as the expected one. So this is what this is the chart which shows the bad scenario, normal scenario, and best scenario. In bad scenario, what happens? What is the bad scenario for the company? Bad scenario for the company is what? When everything is unfavorable, all the things are unfavorable means investment you have done very high, the sales are very less, cost is very high, fixed cost is very high, depreciation is very high, taxes are very high. So this is going reverse what you have thought. So all the things are unfavorable. Best case means what? That everything is favorable. When your investment you have made less, your sales are high, cost is less, fixed cost is less, depreciation is less, taxes are less. So these are the favorable. And in normal scenario, everything is at the normal. So similarly, pessimistic investments you have done high. Investment is high, comparatively sales are less, cost is high, fixed cost is high, depreciation is high, pre-tax profit less, taxes you will get profit after tax. Now one thing see over here, if you remember we have learned that PAT profit after tax is used in which type of capital budgeting method? ARR, and here it is calculated NPV. So all the methods, all the analysis, whether it is scenario, simulation, sensitivity, all these analysis, it is based on the NPV of the project, NPV. All right. So PAT, it follows ARR. ARR follows PAT, profit after tax, cash inflows. Okay. If we want to know, if we have to calculate NPV, we need CFAT. How CFAT is calculated? In PAT, you will simply add depreciation. So PAT is what? PAT is 1060. Depreciation is what? 4800. So calculate 160 plus 480. So how much? 6000. Wait. Depreciation is 480, no? 10. Okay, so 1600 plus 4800 is what? 5860. So this is what? This is the CFAT, and from this CFAT you will calculate NPV by using the discounting factor, what? 12%. So 12%, how to calculate? This is what? Present value interest factor to calculate the NPV, to calculate any of the value to discounted cash flow if you want to calculate. So present value interest factor is must for that. It is given 12 percent. So how to calculate? 1 upon 1.12. Yes, formula is 1 upon 1 plus R. So 1 plus R means 1 upon 1 plus 12%. So 1 upon 1 plus 12% is what? 1 upon 1.12. Do equal to whatever value comes again to equal to whatever value comes again to equal to. So here it is asking for 10 years, so you will do 10 years. Okay, so already it is calculated in this chart. So now because it is a pessimistic scenario, worst scenario, so the answer comes in negative. Expected scenario, the answer is in normal. And optimistic scenario, because everything is best, it means the answer is every year the company will make the discounted cash flow of 10,080. So it is in positive. Why? Because it is the best scenario. All right. Now, next is what? Next is all about the Hillier model. Very, very important. So one method is this method is used by investors to analyze the risk and uncertainties that are involved in the project. And likewise, all other method, this method is also based on NPV. Who created it? Professor Frederick S. Hillier has created. And he believed that if the cash flows, if the risk is there in the cash flows, it can only be measured with the help of standard deviation. So risk and cash flows can be measured with standard deviation. So if standard deviation is high, high deviation means high risk, low deviation, low risk. So it shows how much cash inflows vary from their average point. Low deviation, low risk means cash flows are not changing much. Like every year you are receiving the same cash flow, 20,000, 20,000, 20,000. And certain year you are receiving 20,000, then you are receiving 80,000, then you are receiving 5,000. So here cash flows deviation is a lot. If there is high deviation, high risk is there. If there is low deviation, low risk is there. So no correlation among cash flows means cash flows are different. These are unrelated. And perfect correlation means when perfect correlation among cash flows means when cash flows they are behaving in the same manner. Means 20,000 every year. So remember two things most important. It is based on NPV. For measuring the risk is measured using standard deviation and low deviation, low risk, high deviation, high risk. Who has given this model? Professor Frederick S. Hillier. Next is all about the decision tree analysis. So decision tree means investors need to know that how to take better decision for the company, and how investors will take better decision when investor will get everything on paper. Okay, everything in the diagrammatical form, everything in the graphical representative form. So it becomes easy for the investor to take good decision. So decision tree is what? Like scenario analysis, another method to help in corporate decision making is decision tree method. So it is the graphical and analytical method used for making decision. So what is the structure? It includes decision node, chance node, leaf node. Decision node is what? It represents point where choices are made, and these are represented as square. So this is the choice, and according to this choice, you will make the decision. Then next we have chance node, uncertain outcomes are there. So these are what? These are the uncertain outcomes. You are just making the prediction for this. And leaf node are, these are the final outcomes. These are known as the triangular. These are the final outcomes. It is one of the tool in making a decision for the company, and it is used in various fields like in finance, healthcare, business. So in all these fields, the decision tree is used. Okay, so suppose you want to take the decision, how what should be the strategy when we are launching any product. So if you are launching any product without testing, or if you will launch any product with testing, what is the result? Without testing, only 30% chance is there that product will launch successful. 40 moderate, 30 fail. Market, if you will do the market testing, two scenarios will be created more. Positive result is there, negative result is there. Now positive is 65, negative is 35. So in positive, the again, successful, how much percent the product will launch successful? 60%, moderate success 30%, and fail 10%. And in negative, the successful launch is only 10% because already the product has given you the negative, the negativity that the products, the customers are not liking your product, they are disliking your product. All right, the negative response is there. So moderate success is 20 and the fail is 70%. So now with this, you will get the idea that it's better to do the market testing and then launch the product. So that will give you the highest, that is the 60% in successful launch. So this with this decision tree, it becomes easy for you to make the decision that okay, now we can make the decision with the help of by looking all these diagrammatical points. Next is apart from other decision taken by the company, there is one more decision that the company takes with respect to corporate risk. So not only the other risk will impact the company, sometimes the corporate risk, the risk is inside the company only. So how to analyze those risks? So first it is important to analyze with the help of risk elements. And what are the risk elements? That is I, am, M. I stands for identification, A stands for assessment, M stands for mitigation, and last M stands for monitoring. So first you will identify all the potential risk from internal part, from external part. These are the different types of risk that will affect your company. After that, do the risk assessment that which risk is more harmful using qualitative and quantitative methods to give the priority of the risk. Then use risk mitigation tools. So how to eliminate the risk? Different strategies will be used. New policies should be implemented. Investing in technology to minimize the risk. And last is monitoring and reporting. So there should be the continuous tracking of risk. What activities, what strategies, what planning you have done for minimizing the risk? Are those working properly or not? That is what the monitoring and reporting. All right. Now next is all about the unit number 12, all about decision making. So decision making is what, see, apart from all the decisions that is taken with respect to capital budgeting, there are some more types of decisions that company takes with respect to their products and services. So beyond capital budgeting decisions, there are other decisions. What products and services to offer, how to price each product, okay, whether to make the product internally or to outsource from the third party or to accept or reject some special orders means like your company is working, your company is doing their regular business. So certainly your company have received the one very big offer, or sorry, order, not offer, one big order your company has received. Now it is worth enough to work on that order. If you will work on that order, you will disturb your daily business. If you will not accept that order, then you can make a huge loss. So these are the certain decisions that company has to take apart from the capital budgeting decision. So what is the profit volume ratio, break-even analysis, and and margin of safety? So these are the CVP, that is cost, volume, profit analysis. Cost means what should be the cost of the product, how much quality, how much quantity the product should be given in that respective cost, and what profit the company is making from that product. So profit volume ratio means if your PV ratio is higher, it is good for the company. The more PV ratio means the more profit the company is making, the more better opportunities the company will get. So select options with higher ratios to maximize the revenue. More, how more profit the company will make, how more volume the company will have when the company has done more sales. Yes. Now break-even point means lower is better. So just now we have seen break-even point, lower is better. So as soon as company achieves the break-even point, that is good for the company. as long the company is taking time to achieve the break even point, so it becomes bad for the company. Why? Because company has to invest a lot of amount in to achieve the break even point. If the company is taking more time, so more time is given to achieve the break even situation where the company is making no profit, no loss. If company will achieve less in less time the break even position, company have more time to spend on other activities to do their rest of the work. So that is why lower is better. So it ensures early break-even point ensures the faster profitability. And margin of safety means these give the extra buffer to the company, extra cushion to the company, so that they can have the they can keep their money safe for the future happenings, or if the sales declines or any kind of unexpected things are happening in future, so that money should be used in the future emergency period. That is why the margin of safety it should be higher. Remember, break-even point should be lower and profit volume ratio should be higher. Now, next type of decision that company makes. First is decision related to CVP analysis. Second type of decision that company will make using relevant cost and irrelevant cost concept. Relevant cost means the cost that is important for making decision in your company, that is relevant cost. The cost that is not at all important in making while making decision for the company, that is irrelevant cost. So irrelevant cost is also known as the sunk cost that has already happened in the company. Like for example, you want to launch any new product in the market. For launching that new product, you will see what should be the features you can add, what are the extra things that you can add that makes a product differentiated from the competitor product. The color, the combination, the taste, all these are the different things that you can add in your product. So these are the decisions that you are taking. It will come under the relevant cost. Like you want to add extra color in your product. Okay, so for extra color, you need extra raw material. For extra taste, adding extra taste, you need extra raw material. So these extra cost is the relevant cost for your company. But the product that you have already made last year, in that product, whatever cost you have done, whatever expenses you have done in that old product, that will become irrelevant for taking decision. So the cost that already you have incurred in the company, that's the irrelevant cost. And the cost that is important for the decision in your company, when you're making any decision, the cost that is important for that becomes relevant cost. Clear? So relevant cost means the decider and irrelevant cost is the sunk cost. Cost that change depending on which option you choose. Cost that has already happened in the past. So relevant cost is what cost that change depending which option you choose. Like you are deciding whether to repair your old bike or to buy a new bike. If you will repair your old bike, then it will become the relevant cost for your decision. If you will buy a new bike, then the repair cost will not going to take important part in your decision making. So it becomes important when you are repairing the bike. It becomes irrelevant when you are buying a new bike. Then make or buy decision is what? So it is the choice that the company will take. The choice company will decide whether to make the product in house, whether to make the product in their own company, or to buy a product from other party from external supplier, which is more cheap from us. Making product is more cheap, or buying product from supplier is more cheap. The whatever is cheap, the company will go with that. BPO is also same like that. You are giving some of the task, you are hiring third party agency, or you are giving your company some of the task to the third party to complete your work, to handle your operation, or to provide services. So when company is hiring the third party agency, third party individual to do some of their tasks, that is called business practice of outsourcing. Now, there are certain decisions that are made, okay, using activity based costing. So, activity based costing is what? ABC. It is also known as ABC. See, when you are making any product, the product has to go through different stages. Every stage will have their own cost. Yes, like for making the for buying raw material, cost is, if you are converting the if you're converting the work in progress, converting the raw material into finished products, the work in progress, it will have their own cost. If when your final products are ready, then it needs to be stored in the warehouse. It has certain cost. The product packaging, product labeling, product branding, all these stages will have their own cost. So every stage has their own cost, and that cost which you are accumulating, the find which that you are finding, the cost of each of the activity, each of the stage is known as the activity based costing. So it is the costing method that identifies activities in an organization and it assigns the cost of each activity to all product and services. So when company is estimating the cost elements, the company has to take decision. If any product is not giving profit to the company, eliminate that product. Or if any product is not giving profit to the company, try to add some features in that product. Okay, so that the product may again work in the company. So these are the two decisions that the company will take. So what are the different components that are used in ABC system when the ABC, the company is following the activity based costing method? One is the cost object, cost pool, cost driver. So methodology for activity based costing method. Cost object means the for what is the object that you want to find the cost of item, any object. Cost pool means accumulating all the item. Accumulating means combining all the activities cost pool. So it is used for group of cost included in the particular activity. And cost driver means what is the thing that causes cost to happen. Like for example, let's take the example of pizza. Alright. So suppose this is the pizza. So this is the object you want to find that how much it will cost to make one pizza. This is the cost object. Cost pool means you will accumulate all the costs like labor cost, the electricity cost, the raw material cost, okay, the machine cost, the baking cost. If all these costs you are accumulating, then that is known as the cost pool. And cost driver means that causes cost to happen. So what is causing the cost to happen? One pizza, it will cost less cost. If you are making 100 pizza, it will cost more cost. If you are making 10,000 pizza, it will cost more cost. So cost driver is what? Number of pizzas. The more number of pizza, the more cost it will create. Understood this? What is the difference between cost object, cost pool, cost driver? Very important. Just give me a minute. Okay, I hope this is clear to you. Okay, so this is some more example it is given to you. The cost object like a car. If I want to find that how much it costs to make a car, that is what cost object. What you want to know the cost of. If you are collecting the similar costs, that is cost pool like factory rent, electricity, security to make the car. Cost driver means the reason or the thing which creates cost to happen. So what is the reason? The factor that causes the cost to increase or decrease. Okay, increase or decrease. So number of hours machine run drives electricity cost. More machine hours are there, more electricity cost will be there, and more overhead cost will be there. So the thing that causes cost to happen is known as the cost driver. So how to calculate the cost driver, the rate of cost driver? So all the activity pool means uh, all the expenses, all the cost of all the activity will be pooled together upon divided by the activity driver. So you will get the rate of one cost of driver. So rate of cost driver means like one machine hour is there. So 1 hour, what is the cost? If order is there, so one order, what is the cost? If machine maintenance is there, so machine is running for how many hours? So what is the cost of 1 hour? So that is rate of cost driver. This is important. So tomorrow we will be doing questions, so you will get the idea how it is calculated. All right, so we'll take the break after we'll complete 2 chapters more. Then we will take the break of 10 minutes. Now, next is we have completed module A, module B. Last module D, we will complete C and the 140 questions. This we will be doing tomorrow. Okay, 140 mean approx 130-40 questions are there. So this we will be doing tomorrow. So far, if you have not yet liked the session, do like it, share it with others, and don't forget to subscribe our YouTube channel. Now, next is all about the module D. Okay, module D, what is the name of module D? Emerging Business Solution. Okay, emerging business solution means it talks about the modernity of the business. And first chapter is all about the hybrid finance. So hybrid finance means it's a type of security, it's a type of instrument that includes both the features. What are both the features? The debt and equity. So what is hybrid finance? It includes the debt also. Debt gives the benefit of fixed income features. So if any company, if any bank has given the debt, the bank will get the interest also. So debt, it includes the fixed income, and equity, it gives the benefit of the ownership to the company. That is capital appreciation and ownership. So hybrid securities are the mixture of debt and equity. Till the time the investors they want to enjoy the benefit of interest, they will give debt to the company. After that, if they feel that no, now I should become the part of the company, so they can have the capital appreciation by converting their debt into equity. So hybrid security, it has the blend. Blend means mixed characteristics of both debt and equity. So these are all the types of hybrid securities. Let's do one by one. So preference shares, just now we have done in our unit number 7. So preference shares, they get dividend, a fixed or floating dividend is there. Liquidation preference is there. Convertibility, they can be converted into equity shares. Then cumulative means the arrears of the dividend are accumulated, arrears of the dividend are not accumulated. If the company has not paid dividend in any year, then the investors they cannot claim for the loss for the area of the dividend. Irredeemable company can buy back the shares means repayment date is fixed, no repayment date is decided. Participating the preference shareholders, they have the right, they can participate in surplus profit. They only have the right to get the dividend regular. Convertible can be converted into equity. These will have no option to convert into equity. And one thing more important, when the company when company is not paying dividend 2 years or more, then in that case, the preference shareholders will get the right to vote in the company's matter. This is the previous year question. If the company is not paying dividend of 2 years or more, then in that case, the preference shareholders will get the right to vote in the company. Perpetual means no fixed maturity date is there. The repayment date is not decided. The repayment will be done only when the company is ready for the liquidation process. And non-cumulative means the arrears are not accumulated. Next is what? Next is the warrant. Warrant is what? Warrant is a type of agreement. It's a type of instrument. Okay. And this is decided under the agreement between two parties. So it's a contractual agreement. It is used in equity and debt financing in hybrid security. So warrants are what? These are the part of hybrid security in which the warrant holders, okay, the one who has the warrant becomes what? The one who is holding the warrant become warrant holder. So warrant holder has the right that this person, this individual can exercise the warrant in future at a fixed price. At a fixed price. So the warrant exercise means what? The warrant holder has the right to buy or sell company's shares in future at a fixed price. No matter what is the price of the company in future, if the price of the company increases or decreases, price of the company means price of the share of the company. If the share price of the company increases or decreases, no matter, the warrant holder will exercise their warrant at the fixed price. Like the warrant holder has got that, okay, I may exercise this warrant for 3 years and I will buy the shares of the company worth rupees 200. And in these 3 years only, I have to use this warrant. What if after 1 year the price of the company increases to 250 per share? So still the warrant, still the person will use the warrant and buy the shares of the company at rupees 200. Why? Because this is the instrument that is giving the right to buy or sell the company the share at a fixed price. Okay, so under locked in conditions are there. So right is given, no obligation is there, only right is given at a specified strike price and before the expiration date. After 3 years, you're not allowed to use your warrant. If the time expires, you will not use your warrant. Next is the Black Scholes model. So Black School model, this is given by three people, the Black, School and Merton model. That is why it is known as the BSM model. It basically helps to find out how much an option is really worth in today's term. What is the value of the option in the market right now? And its value is decided on the basis of five factors. What are the five factors? The stock price today, current market value, strike price, the value that is written in your instrument, the contractual purchase price, time, the time period, volatility, how much market is volatile, the prices are increasing or decreasing, and a risk-free interest rate, that is the without bearing any kind of risk, how much how much is the return you will get in your instrument. That is like government bonds or any kind of securities. So government securities are more safe in this case. Next is all about the PNCPS. PNCPS is perpetual non-cumulative preference shares. Certain things are very important in this. First thing is it is issued by the bank. Only banks are allowed. Normally, the non-normally perpetual preference shares are not allowed to the Indian company. Maximum they can redeem, maximum irredeemable that is allowed is for 20 years. 20 years is the maximum irredeemable preference shares they can use it. Beyond that companies are not allowed. Only in one company it is allowed, that is infrastructure companies. Infrastructure company it is allowed. Why? Because these companies a lot of money or a lot of time period the infrastructure takes. That is why the company can issue irredeemable preference shares for a period of more than 20 years in case of infrastructure company, not in case of other company. But for bank, it says that banks are allowed to issue. If banks want to raise capital, then how bank will raise capital? By issuing PNCPS. Bank board of members will decide how much PNCPS to raise. And if the bank is raising funds through PNCPS, so how much funds the bank is raising, it cannot exceed 1.5% of risk weighted asset. So from tier 1 capital, in tier 1 capital, 1.5% of RWA, it cannot be more than that. And if any extra money is issued more, then that extra money will be settled from tier 2 capital, that is 2% of RWA. 2% not, it is less than 2%. Anything less than 2% will be acceptable. And in tier 1 capital, less than tier 1 capital, not more than 1.5%. All right. So in tier 2, that is 2%, and in tier 1, 1.5%. The PNCPs have no maturity date, and in dividends could be fixed or fluctuating. PNCPs should not have put option. See, two options are there, call option and put option. Now, call option and put option is what? See, call option, just remember this, the call option means company is calling you. C stands for call, C stands for company, means the issuing company. So call option is provided to the issuing company. Like I have the option, I am a company, I have the option, I can call my shares, I can call back, I can purchase my shares back. This is the call option given. And put option is provided to the investors, to the individuals. So in this, the put option is not allowed. PNCPS only bank can call and bank can give the money back to the investors. So that is call option. But in two condition only. P and CPS should not have put option. Put option is not allowed. Only call option is allowed, and that too the banks they have to fulfill two conditions. What is that condition? The call option is acceptable if it has run for at least 5 years, and the RBI approval is mandatory for this. Total foreign institutional investors and NRI they can invest up to 49% and 24. So FII is 49, NRI is 24, and single FII is 10, single FII is 10, and single NRI is 5. Principles of instruments, it may be repaid only when the RBI gives the approval, and bank cannot grant any kind of advances to any person against the PNCPS. So even interbank loans are not allowed in this case. It happens na, like one bank is taking loan from another bank by giving PNCPS as collateral. So no, it is not allowed. Next is foreign currency convertible bonds. Again, bonds are the fixed interest benefit they get bondholders. Convertible that can be converted into equity. Foreign currency means these bonds are issued in foreign currency. So FCCBs are bonds that are issued in currency different from the home currency, and it includes the benefit of both debt and equity. Debt, the fixed interest, and equity, the convertibility. Bondholders, they get regular interest. Holders have the option to convert bonds into company's equity after a predetermined time. Conversion option is what? This is important. What it says, if the company's stock price is lower than the conversion price on the conversion date, bondholders typically choose not to convert their bond into shares. All right. So it says that the company's stock price is lower than the conversion price. Suppose if you are converting your bond into equity shares. So for converting one bond into the equity shares, you have to pay 100 rupees. Let's take 100 rupees. And the company's stock price is lower. Lower means company's stock price is 80 rupees. So if you are converting your bonds into equity and you are paying 100 rupees in that, and when you have converted your bond into equity, now the equity of that company is only 80 rupees. So would you going to do this? Would you going to convert your bond into equity if the market value is more and the company stock price is less? No, you will not going to convert, because here you are losing 20 rupees. You have paid 100 for getting converted into equity, and once you have converted into the shares of the company, now the value of the share is only 80. So that is not acceptable. So here the bondholder will have to bear loss. So company stock price is lower than the conversion price. Bondholders they typically choose not to convert their bonds into shares. Typical maturity is 5 years, and risk is also for bondholders. Two risk is there. The exchange rate risk and the credit risk. Credit risk, like if company goes bankrupt or company makes any kind of default, now the bondholder will not get their money back. Next is mezzanine finance. So mezzanine finance is also one of the important instrument in hybrid security. Okay, it is the crucial component of corporate financing. It is used for in such case when the company is looking for growth capital. It is the type of funding that sits between debt and equity, a type of hybrid form. It gives the lender the right. See, this mezzanine finance, it gives the convertibility into equity only in the case of default done by the borrowers. Default done by the borrowers. So it says that the company says to the borrower that, okay, you have not repaid your money, you have done the default. Now I'm giving you the option that you can convert your debt into the equity of my company. So in equity financing, it gives the lender the right. Lender has given the right that it can convert the debt into equity in the event of default and by the borrower. It provides the higher returns. It is unsecured debt, and it typically matures in more than 5 years. Now, why this is said that you have done the default, then you can convert your, see, if the defaulter is converting their debt into equity, it means the ownership is given. It means the company has converted the debt into equity, and the person who has converted the debt into equity, that person would not be given much ownership. Why? because already that person has done the default. That person debt is converted into equity also, and company will give the ownership also. No, that is the benefit the company is taking from that person who has done the default, from borrower or for any company. Next is all about the startup finance. So what is startup finance? Startup finance means startup is a type of company which is a scalable company, has the potential to grow, and how these company will arrange fund, what are the different programs, what are the different schemes that it will work under those schemes, and the startup will get the funds. The startup can arrange funds from venture capital, seed funding, scale, series A, B funding. So these are the things that we will going to revise in our this chapter. All right. So before going to this chapter, let's take a break for 10 minutes and then we'll continue. All right. All right, I hope I'm audible. Everything is okay. So let's proceed with our session. So we have completed till unit number 18. All right, so we have to start 19 to 25. Not yes, 19 also we have completed. We have to start from 20. That is all about the startup finance. I hope everything is okay. I'm audible. All right. So startup finance, see, what was the initial definition of startup finance? So the company should have been incorporated up to a 5 years. In expanded definition, it became to 10 years. Maximum turnover limit was 25 crore and initial. In expanded, it became 100 crore. And what was the core purpose? The core purpose is same, that the company should work for innovation, for deployment, for product trials, okay, development of product, development of new process, new product, commercialization of new product, trade, auxiliaries to trade. So these are the core purpose for startup companies. Okay. Now startup companies, the startup should have governed by the DPIIT, that is Department of Promotion of Industry and Internal Trade. And this particular thing handles all the activities of the startup. The startup must be recognized under this particular department. What are the benefits that the startup companies get? What are the tax benefit or other benefits the startup companies get? So for patent registration, the 80% fee discount is, for trademark filing, 50% fee rebate is there. The startup is excluded from from the inspection process for how much years? 3 to 5 years, no inspection is done. Taxation, capital gain exemptions are there. The startups will get the funding from different programs, different government funding support, and Atal Innovation Setu, that is integration with the Setu platform. Setu means self-employment and talent utilization. So it says the government of India started the AIM, that is Atal Innovation Mission, and Setu program to encourage the people to create new ideas, start businesses, become entrepreneurs instead of only looking for jobs. So innovation, the product should be more innovation. Entrepreneurial culture means a mindset where people they are willing to start and grow. So the government launched AIM and Setu um, program to promote innovation, startups, and self-employment among the people. So that is the main agenda for that. Now, next is the what are the GEM Startup Runaway and Single Point Registration Scheme. So GEM Startup Runway is a platform where the startups they can directly sell their goods and services to the government. So government are the first buyers. They will buy the goods and services. They will see that if there is any need of improvement or not. So direct pitching can be done to the government. And SPRS is the single point registration scheme. So this is the registration scheme. In this, only one time registration is done. The startup companies they can do one time registration, they can directly sell, they can directly reach out to the government. So these are the exemptions apply for startups with Udyam registration, and it is for the MSME as well. So direct sale of offices are there, suppliers are there, machinery, construction, and all the consultancy services are also there. So single point registration scheme, so only one scheme is there. One time you will register and you can directly reach out to the government. Next, different types of schemes are there. So Startup India Yatra, it mainly it helps in finding the entrepreneurial talent. It travels to tier 2 and tier 3 city for finding the entrepreneurial talent. Wing is this is for women startups, so women capacity development program who provides the funding. SIDBI. Inspire, it is for the youth innovation, that is ages 10 to 15 who are enrolled in class 6 to 10. IBC is Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code. So this is the code which basically works for the resolution process of the stressed companies. So it says that if any startup comes under the stressed company, so normal the standard criteria is for other companies is 180 days. They have to do the resolution process under 180 days, complete the entire resolution process. But for the startup, it is only for 90 days. Only 90 days are given, and in these 90 days, the startup has to wind up their operation. Then National Startup Awards are there, and SCO Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So it mainly cooperates the member countries. So National Startup Awards, so government rewards are there given every year in India. And what for what purpose? To appreciate and reward the startups that are doing something innovative. So it is not only the startups will get the reward and appreciation, but the people and organization who are helping the startups to grow, to expand their work, they are also getting the appreciation and reward. SCO is Shanghai Cooperation Organization. So it's a group of countries that work together. Okay, the cooperation is there, like for working together for war, for any kind of terrorist attack. And women, that is for Wing. So Wing is a program made to support women entrepreneurs, and the funding is provided from Sydney. Then the Incubator Grant Challenge. So how much is distributed for Incubator Grant Challenge? Incubator means incubator is a person who is technically and financially sound. A person who is technically and financially sound. So incubators, these are the person who not only provide the financial assistance to the startups, but they also provide technical assistance to the startups. So far 54.65 crore has been distributed for incubator grant challenge. And what are the conditions that need to be fulfilled if the incubators want to have the if incubators want to submit the application to Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, so it must be operational for more than 2 years. Minimum capacity, the incubator can handle 25 people, means they can have the workspace where the 25 people can sit. The minimum the incubators should have currently working in 5 active companies, and the minimum seating is for 5 startups. After 5 startups, the incubators should be active in five different startups, and the leadership should be a full-time CEO should be there in the company. These are all the conditions that need to be fulfilled in order to submit the application to Startup India Seed Fund Scheme. So far, in at the end of 2025, these are all the research parks. 1, 2, IIT Delhi, Kanpur, Guwahati, Kharagpur, Hyderabad, Madras, Bangalore, Mumbai, and Gandhinagar. So total 9 research parks are there. It's 9, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Then if the if startup wants the financial assistance, so how the startup will going to apply to Startup India Seed Fund Scheme? So for giving the application to the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme in order to get the financial assistance, so these are the criteria that must be fulfilled. First is the startup should be the DPIIT recognized and 2 years old company. The startup must have already hold DPIIT recognition, and it should be not more than 2 years old company at the time of application. The startup should work for the innovative products. Startup should have good technology. Startup should have worked in the different innovative sectors. So these are like health, agriculture, space, defense, waste management, biotech, and maximum funding should be only 10 million. So it should not exceed more than 10 million from any government programs. Means the startup, if the government has granted or government has given funds to the startup companies, so maximum 10 million should be there, not beyond that. And in this 10 million, the prize money, grant challenges, subsidized workspace, these are not included. And the startup companies, they should have the 51% Indian promoter. So the promoter should have the ownership of 51% or more than that. Then only the startup companies are eligible to take the financial assistance from SISFS. So India-based promoters must own at least how much? 51% of the shares before applying to the incubator under SISFS. Now, one more section is important, that is 80 What it gives the benefit to the startups. It gives the benefit how? See, maximum turnover earlier it was 25 crore. Now it has been increased to 100 crore. So eligible startups they can claim 100% tax deduction on profit for any 3 consecutive years out of 10 years, like 2020 to 2030. So any 3 consecutive years, the startup can take the tax, can claim 100% tax deduction, like 2021 to 2022, 23, then 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29. So 3 consecutive years for any 3 consecutive years out of the 10 years. And these changes became effective from 1st April 2021. Now, how the startup companies will arrange funds. So for idea phase, the company needs fund. When the idea is in the mind, when the idea is not yet actually implemented, then in that case, the company can arrange, the startup can arrange funds from bootstrapping. Okay, bootstrapping means their own funds, their own savings can help them. Then if the idea has been executed in the product form, then in that case, the seed stage funding is required. So startups can arrange seed stage funding from angel investors, from crowdfunding, for field trials, for team building, for product testing. Series A funding is provided in a more expandable business, and in this, the venture capitalist will provide the fund. So venture capital will provide the fund to the startups when startups they want to expand their business, they want to grow their product, they want to expand in different geographical location then. And scaling is what? In scaling, when company wants to expand their product globally, when company wants to become global, then in that case, the venture capitalist or private equity will provide the scaling fund. So these are having the large ticket size, requires established market validations. Then different programs are there, and these programs work for different field, different sector. Like for biotechnology field, the big is there. Okay, biotechnology ignition grant, it is who operates this, Birac operates this, and it provides funding for the scientists to turn the ideas into biotechnical product. Then this non Ministry of Non-Renewable Energy Startup Grant Challenge. So this is for renewable energy, okay, for making our economy more sustainable. In that, the funds are provided. So ADA provides the finance support to the banks for solar energy, for wind, for hydro startups, for installation plants. Then digital demo days, it is basically for the technical product. It is launched not. It is mainly conducted by the Germany, and it focuses on the virtual reality, augmented reality, and Internet of Things, cyber security through making drones, okay, robots, then cyber security, search optimization, all these things. Next is the Startup India Fund of Fund for Startup. So 10,000 corpus is for fund for startup companies, and these corpus, these amount is managed by the SIDBI. So in this, the government will not directly give the money to the Indian startups. The government will provide money to SIDBI. SIDBI will provide money to venture capitalists, and then venture capitalists will provide money to the Indian startups. So there directly money is not given, it is given through intermediaries. So government does not invest directly, it mobilizes private venture capital to scale the ecosystem. Then Startup India Seed Fund Scheme, so total budget is 945 crore. And this Startup India Seed Fund Scheme provides fund for what purpose? So if the product, for proof of product, for testing the product, for making the user base, for testing the products, pilot testing, and for the commercialization, for entering into the new market, for entering into the new place. So for all these things, the Startup India Seed Fund Scheme will provide the funding to startups. Then we have some of the for innovative products, for working more on R&D, for defensive technology, defensive startup products. That is why these are provided funds in these respective sectors. So SIP EIT, so in this, it is basically the funds are provided by the Ministry of Electronics and IT. It provides the funds to technical startups to finance the support for filing the international patents. Then technical development fund. So this type of fund is provided to the startup companies, to the Indian industries, so that the technology can be more advanced. So core development cost, vital defense technologies, and who provide the agency DRDO. Then this is high risk, high reward means more risk is there. If more risk is there, so definitely more reward is there. So this is the funds are provided in a more risky business, in more R&D. Okay, like R&D work is high advanced computing, revolutionary materials. So these are the target audience to whom the high risk, high reward funds are provided. And who provides, which is the agency, that is SERP, Science and Engineering Research Board. All right, so we have completed unit number 20, that is startup. Now, next unit is all about private equity and venture capitalists. Before that, if you have not joined the Telegram channel, this is my Telegram channel. If you have not joined yet, you can join it. Okay. Um, if you have any queries, you can ask in this Telegram group. Or if you want any PDF, if you are not having any PDF, if you want any PDF, then you can join this group. But only the PDF which is uploaded on the YouTube that will be shared. All right, not all PDFs will be shared. Now, next is private equity and venture capital. So, who are private equity? What is venture capital? So, private equity, you see, equity is added. It means these provide funding to a more established firms. These type of private equity, they will not going to provide funds in the early stage of business. In the early stage of business, the angel investors, the venture capitalists, the bootstrapping, these funds are used. So venture capitalists, they provide funding in early stage companies for seed funding, early growth companies, whereas private equity, they provide funds to the companies, okay, to the private companies, or they, if the company is delisted from the public market, then they will provide funds. So these are the established private companies, they provide funds in the more established business. Goal is high growth potential. Again, goal of the primary goal of private equity is the expanding, the funding expansion, restructuring, and see the either venture capital or private equity. If they will join your company, so they will work together 7 to 10 years. So minimum 6 to 7 years and maximum 10 years. So they join the company, they do further improvements in your company, and then they take the exit mode. So different modes are there through which venture capital can take exit. Ownership stake. So here the stake is minority by buying a share or ownership. But here because these are investing in a more established business, more funds are given, so they take more high ownership in the company. Risk profile, high risk is there, and here is moderate to high risk. So what are the key components of venture capital? So they provide seed stage funding for developing the idea or product, early stage growth companies. So if the company has prototype, if they have developed their product, if they have started their product, the further the product is in the action. Okay, in that case, the early stage funding is given, or they have done, they want to do the testing, they want to see that which product will, which, what are the things that we can add on this product. So for further modification also, the early stage funding are provided. Growth stage funding is given for the scaling purpose when the company, they need to expand their product further in different markets. And investment process, how these venture capital will going to invest. First, they will see which startup is this startup perfect enough to work in this company, whether the startup will give the exit mode or not. So venture capitalists will identify all the potential startups through their networks, incubators, and pitch events. And then the further negotiation is done. What negotiation is done? If the venture capitalist is joining your company, so the negotiation is done on the ownership pattern. So how much ownership the company will give, how much for how many years the venture capital will work in the company, all these things are negotiated. And venture capitalists will only join the company when the company gives the option of exit strategy. So it's not that na these capitalists, they will join your company forever till the company existence is there. No, they will join the company, they will work in your company. If so further improvements they have made, if they feel that now it's the high time I should take the exit by selling the shares of the company to another, then they will take the exit strategy. So best option is through IPO, taking the company public to sell shares. Acquisition, the venture capitals, they are selling the company to another firm, or secondary sale, they are selling their shares of the company to another investor. That is secondary sale. So what are the procedures involved in obtaining venture capital funding? So how the funding is obtained? First, beginning of transaction means investor will receive the proposal from different startup companies. They will see that which company is more better to invest. Then the screening will be done, shortlisting will be done, quick review is done. Next, third is the proper evaluation is done. The venture capitalist will do proper evaluation, in-depth analysis of the business is done. Who is the top managers? How the company is? How? What are the things that we need to improve in this company? How the company is proceeding? Then final negotiation will be there. Post investment related activities. So after the investment is given to the company, after that, what should be the ownership pattern? What type of support the venture capitalist will provide? How strategically the venture capitalist will help in the company? And at last, when it's all done, then venture capitalist then the will take the exit plan. The investor will take the exit plan to sell the stake through IPO, through secondary buyout, or by backing the shares. Next is all about these are the different Indian venture capitalist firms like Doom Ventures. They have invested 280 million across 150 startups. Kalari Capital. These provide series and seed funding. Nexus Venture Capital. These have established in the year 2000 and they are the global tech products. They have offices in India also, USA also. So domestic private equity firms are Kotak Private Equity, so US dollar 10 million funds provided. Then True North, Motilal Oswal, IDFC. So this is important. IDFC is important. Kotak is important. Then JM Financial Private is important. Kedara Capital is important. So these are important. You should at least learn the values. Clear? So what is private equity? How they invest in the companies to make money. So certain investors are there. These investors, they will invest in the private equity firm. Then private equity firm will further invest in the private companies. And when they work in the company, when they make huge money from this company, then they will take the exit mode. So they invest in companies that are struggling, they improve profitability, they do improvements in the company, they make high profit in the company, and then they sell the company at a higher value. And with this, the exit strategies they can apply for. So difference between venture and private, just now we have done. So these venture capitalists, they invest in early stage startups. Private equity invest in mature and established companies. Risk level is very high here, comparatively lower. Why? Because these companies are investing in a more established companies. So already the company is established, so risk is less. Here company is entirely new, so risk is high. Usually they take small share because already the company is at the growing stage, early stage. So how company will going to give you the high ownership? That is why small share is there. In private equity, majority of full ownership is there. It helps startups to grow fast. It helps the established business to improve their operations. Then return expectation is very high returns. Here is high returns over time. So gradual time is there. Then only the private equity will get high returns. So these are the types of different types of seed funding. Seed funding is provided by the angel investors, venture capitalists. So crowdfunding is there, corporate funding, angel investors, incubators, accelerators. So these are the one who provide the seed funding. So what is an alternative investment fund? Now, alternative investment fund is what? Alternative means other options are there. So these are the type of investment funds where people they collect the money together and they the you can say the investor invest the money in different things. And it is not invested in regular stock, bonds, or fixed deposit. It is invested in private equity, startups, real estate, hedge funds, infrastructure, special situations. Like suppose you and 50 other people invest in AIF. Now the AIF manager will collect all the money and AIF manager will invest in all these particular things. So this is what this is alternative investment fund. So now your money is diversified. There is no fear that you will lose the money from all of the activities. If you will lose money from one activity to activity, so other activities are there from where you can earn the money. So if investments are grow, you will earn the profit. If it fails, if you have invested in only limited activities, then you could lose the money. So alternative investment funds, three categories are very important. Category one, two, and three. In category one, it is low risk, it is middle risk, and it includes the high risk. In category one, the investment is done in startups, small micro enterprises, and these are in the projects should be socially and economically viable. So category one includes the venture capital fund, infrastructure fund, angel fund, social venture fund. Category two, it is a medium level of risk. So here equity and debt securities are there. So private equity funds, it carries medium level of risk. debt funds, fund of funds. And category three is very risky, very high. So if the investments are made in all these categories, it means high risk is there. If high risk is there, then high returns will also there, like hedge funds or PIPE, private investment in public equity fund. Now, what are the exit strategies? So, initial first important that is IPO. So, company can go for IPO, company can sell, the investors can sell the shares of the company to the general public. Initial public offering. So, companies, the shares are offered to the public for the first time on stock exchange. It is known as IPO. If the company is offering shares to the public second time, it is known as follow-on public offer. Trade sale is what? The private equity fund is selling its stake to another company in the same industry. It could be in the same industry or it could be the different industry also. That is trade sale. Means the private equity fund is selling their stake to another company. Secondary buyout means the private investor is selling their stake to another private equity, private investor only, another private company. Here in trade sale, it could be sold in same industry also, in related industry. Um, Wait. Yes, in the trade sale, the stake of another company should be it could be sold in the same or related industry. But in secondary buyout, here the private investor is selling its stake to another investor, and that would be the private equity only. So in another private equity fund, it is again the related market, but in this the more private equity funds are included, not venture capital funds are included. That is secondary buyout. You are selling your share of the company to another private equity investor. That is what the secondary buyout. Okay, so examples are also given, like Facebook acquiring Instagram, that is trade sale. Blackstone selling a company to KKR, Kohlberg company, both are private equity funds. Two-track process means one investor is tracking in two of the ways. Okay, tracking means they are working in two ways, in two you can say roads. It is like company prepares for both IPO and trade sale. So company is going ready for IPO also, company is going ready for trade sale also. So whichever option is best for that investor, the investor will go with that option. So for both an a trade sale, if IPO proves to be best, then the investor will go for IPO. If trade sale proves to be the best, then investor can go with the trade sale. So if IPO doesn't give a good price, then the investor has the trade sale and vice versa. Recapitalization through use of leverage. Recapitalization, see, if the if the investor has invested in the company, so company has to give the ownership to the investor. But company should not forget that company is having their existing shareholders also. So whatever money is earned by the company, company should give the dividends to their shareholders. If company is not able to pay dividend to their shareholders, the entire money is given to as ownership to the venture capital investors or private equity investors. Then in that case, the company will take big loan and company will use that money to pay dividend to investors, the private equity investors. So firm gets some of its money back before actually selling the company. So recapitalization method is used. Now next is what? Next is all about the artificial intelligence. So artificial intelligence is what this is. In artificial intelligence, it replicates the human intelligence. So artificial intelligence is the ability of computers or machines that they can perform in the same way, just like the humans are performing, just like the human brains are performing. So the machines can understand the human language, the machine can recognize the pattern, machine can make decisions just like the humans are making, and even machine can also solve any kind of problem, even more better than that. So artificial intelligence, it is what? It is the ability of computers to understand in the same way just like the humans are doing the work. This is important. So adoption of Google Rank Brain, what? It is the search engine algorithm. It is based on the machine learning, and this was officially confirmed on October 26, 2015. This date is important. I hope it's not visible. This October 26, 2015. Now, history of AI. So, AI, Alan Turing is what? Alan Turing was the first person to say that the machines could be intelligent. So let's do the testing. Let's do experiment to find out that whether or not machine is intelligent or not. Whereas John McCarthy has coined the term artificial intelligence in the year 1956. So Alan Turing has said that machines are intelligent, has assessed whether or not machines are intelligent, and John McCarthy has given the term artificial intelligence in 1956. Now, what is machine learning, deep learning, neural network? So, machine learning, okay, we have deep learning also, we have neural networks also, and and AI includes all these things. So AI includes machine learning, deep learning, and neural networks. So machine learning is what machine learning is a type of learning where the computers they learn from different data. What is given as input to the computers will learn in the way like see machines they understand 0 and 1, that is the binary digit. So what you are asking, what you are giving your input, the everything is converted into the object code 0 and 1. And now this object code, it will give you the answer in your language only. So machine learning in this computers, they learn from data, improve autonomously. Autonomously means without the help of any other person, without being directly programmed. Like showing a system thousand of photos. So if a system is showing 1,000 of photos and then from that 1,000 of photos, the system will learn that, okay, this is a cat, this is a dog. Deep learning means the type of permanent learning. So it is again a subset of machine learning. So in this, the patterns will be recognized. Okay, the all the different like the if you are using the Google, you have seen there is the mic in the Google. So what you are speaking, how you are speaking, okay, it will recognize your pattern, it will recognize your facial recognition, and accordingly that the answers will be provided to you. If you are asking in the audio clip, so in audio clip the answer will be given. So this is just possible with the help of permanent learning that is given under that is embedded in the particular gadgets or any data. Neural network is what neural network. This is just like the human brain. In human brains, we have different nodes attached. We have different neurons are there. So in artificial intelligence, in neural network also the artificial neurons are there. So it works like the human brain, just like how we read, how we write, how we listen, how we sing, how we dance. So in the same way, this also works as well. So here the artificial neurons are there. So here artificial neurons are attached to each other. Like processing chain where one layer finds edges. So this is important. The neural network is important. Okay, so what is natural language processing? So natural language processing means it helps the computers to understand the the way how human they read, write, listen, and speak. So breaking down the sentences into words so that they can understand the emotion of the sentence, they can understand the emotion of the words. Okay, right? They can write the autonomous sentences that sounds naturally, like drafting email or text. Okay, suppose if you are asking the chat GPT to write the application. Okay, the chat GPT has written the application. Now you are write it in a more formal way. So it will write in a more politely way, in a more formal way. So this is how this is possible. This is possible with the help of NLP. So it listens like voice assistants. We have like Siri, we have Alexa, we have. Okay, if you're talking to the Alexa, you are telling to the Alexa, Alexa, turn off the lights, or Alexa, turn on the lights. So the Alexa will work in the same way. And speak means it synthesizes the text and accordingly that the Alexa will give you the reply. Alexa will speak back to the user. So these are the core applications of NLP. Now next is what? Next is the cube flow pipeline. Cube flow pipeline means it follows a systematic manner, a step-by-step process it follows. What is the step-by-step process? It is the step-by-step process for machine learning and artificial intelligence project. So first, see, in artificial intelligence, first you have to train the model. After training the model, you will test the model whether that model is working well or not. Suppose you have made one robot. Okay, you have made the robot. Now, whatever things you have added, okay, you have embedded in this robot, you have trained the model in it. Okay, model you have trained that whatever you will ask, the robot will give you the reply. After training, you will test the model, you will test the robot, you will ask a few questions, you will ask a few things. If the robot is giving you the correct answer, it means the model is trained well. After that, you will deploy it, you will deploy in other robots also, and then this robot is now ready to act according to you. So Q-Flow pipeline is a tool designed to help to manage the workflows of the AI model. Okay, one example is there. Like imagine you are baking a cake. So there are different steps that you need to gather. You need to mix them, you need to bake them, you need to decorate them. So data preparation is what that is cleaning and organizing your data. So what information you need, what data you need for this particular robot. Then you are training the model, you are teaching the AI how to use the data. Model testing is after teaching, you will test. Like it is just like okay, you have prepared entire year or 6 months you have prepared for your CAIIB exam. All right. Now, after that, you are okay. The training is being provided to you. You have given the after foundation batch, the crash courses are there, the cracker courses are there, the capsule batches are there to see that to get more proper training. After getting all these batches, then the model testing is there. Model testing, so checking that whether uh, you have prepared well or not. You will give the mock test, and in the mock test, whatever the result will be there, with that result, you will get to know that okay, this much you have to study, this much more you have to study in order to clear your paper. So that is what that is the model testing, checking AI is working correctly or not, and finally, if it is working correctly, then deployment is done. Alright, so Cube in Kubeflow comes from Kubernetes, a platform that helps manages and runs the workflow. So it is basically help to automate all the things and it follows the step-by-step process. Then in banking and finance, why AI is used? AI is used for customer engagement, for robo advices, direct lending. Customer engagement means the chatbots are there that will help the customer 24/7. Robo advice means that if the customers they need any kind of advice, so the robo will give them the advice. Direct lending, so with this the credit scoring methods are there. With that, the bank will know that whether it is feasible to lend money to this borrower or not. Then predictive analytics is done to forecast the future patterns, cyber security, okay, market testing, stock market projections. All these are done with the help of AI and it helps in banking and finance. So AI, what is the future of AI? AI will be included in transportation, okay, for navigation, manufacturing, education, and in customer services. Although it has been already included in several of the elements. Then some tools and techniques of AI are there. First is search and optimization. Search and optimization means it helps you to find out what is the good way and what is the bad way. Means what are the things that are useless uh, for your work. Okay, for the information that you have collected, for finding the patterns, for adding anything. So it helps to remove the bad options from your project. So AI searches through many possible solutions to find the best one. It removes the bad option. Pruning is what? That is removing the bad option. Like if you want to search anything, if you want to find the way, okay, you are traveling to some other state. And if you don't know the way, you are looking the Google map. Now the Google map will find you, will help you to give the shortest route. Yes. So all the long route will be ignored, all the long routes will be removed. So that long routes are what? That is the pruning, that is the bad option. It helps in removing that. Heuristic is what? It is the smart guesses. Smart guesses means you are learning by discovering. Learning by discovering. So by discovering the patterns, by seeing the trends, okay, you are learning. So here smart guesses are made like you are playing the computer games or you are playing the chess. Okay, when you are playing any game, you have certain limited moves are there. If you have played Candy Crush ever, there are certain limited moves are there. Now, if suppose moves are 27, so in this 27 moves only you have to complete this level. So what smart way you will use to complete this level? So that is what heuristic is what you are learning something by discovering anything new. So it helps in skip the unnecessary steps and smart guesses are there. Logic, so it helps in utilizing the logic in reasoning. Okay, what happens, what is the reason, what if this happens, then what will happen, if this not happen, then this may happen. Like if anyone is okay buying the bread, so certainly it is sure that they will buy the butter also. So this is what, this is the reasoning, this is the logic that is applied. Probabilistic method is what here, the smart guesses are there. When AI is unsure, it will give you the it will give you the probability method when the things are uncertain, like weather forecasting. It is never said that 100% it will rain today. There are more chances that it will rain today. And classifier and statistical learning means, so the system they learn from the data which is given by the users to predict the pattern, like spam filters and email image recognition. So spam messages, if the user is not reading those messages, so it will be included in the spam. So this is what this is the pattern or the trend that the system is looking, and accordingly that the system is doing work. All the tools and techniques of AI. Now, next we have some frameworks for ethical AI. Ethical AI means, see, if AI has to be followed, AI has to be included everywhere, then how much moral values are important? We should follow ethics in AI. So, some of the principles are there for core principles are there for AI. That is, transparency should be there, accountability should be there, and fairness should be there. Ethical guidelines and regulation, these are the certain code of conduct that helps us to follow how to use the AI in a proper manner. So IEEE is Institute of Electrical and Electronic Engineers. It focuses on designing ethics and trust. European Union, they includes the regulations of AI, and OECD, that is Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. It ensures that AI should match with the align with the human values. So here also human values should match with the AI, and like medical AI should prioritize saving life, not just efficiency. So if medical AI is that, so it should work on how to save the patients, how to save the lives of the people, not working on whether it is 100% effective or not. Next chapter that is little bit related to AI only, that is business analytics as management tool. So business analytics as management tool means how the informed decisions are to be made by the company with the help of data analytics, with the help of proper information. So business analytics ecosystem, business analytics is what? It is the combination of skills, technologies, and practices that is used to analyze data, and from that data, how the decisions are to be taken in the company. So first Indian conference on knowledge and discovery was held, okay, for the data mining, and it was held in the year 1995. Who is responsible for this means who has sponsored this? So RE has sponsored, that is Association for the Advancement of Artificial Intelligence. RE has sponsored this international conference, and the first time the term data mining came in this in Montreal conference. What is data mining? Data mining is when from a lot of data, you are picking the useful and important data for your company, that is known as data mining. Then core analytics matrix, so descriptive and diagnostic, predictive and prescriptive. Descriptive descriptive analytics, what it says, that is what happened means it tells you what occurred in the company. If anything happened, then what happened in the company, like sales went down, so this is what happened, sales went down. Diagnostic means why it went down, so you have to find the cause behind this, you have to find the reason. Predictive means what may happen in future, if our sales are down, that what may happen in future, so it helps in forecasting the future event. And prescriptive means if such type of thing, if it will again arise in future, then what steps we should take. So it tells you the different recommendations, it recommends you or tells you different ways that if certain same situation arrive in future, then what action you have to take. So what we should do so that the sales may not happen, the declining of sales may not happen in future. So it suggests action for better result. So five elements of business analytics are data mining, okay, picking useful data from a set of data by discovering pattern is data mining. Similarly, text mining is what? These are the text. Now you are picking the relevant text for your work, that is text mining, deriving meaningful structured information. Data aggregation means when you have collected data from different sources and now you are combining these data to form one proper data, that is known as data aggregation. Collecting raw data to summarize into the tabular format. Making predictions and data visualization when you are showing the data in the form of chart, in the form of pie chart, in the form of graphics, in the form of heat maps, in the form of tree maps, that is data visualization. So different types of data mining techniques are there. One first is the association techniques. Again, association means what? That is the connection relationships between data items. So like what is the connection between two variables? Same if you will buy bread in the mall, then definitely you will buy butter also. So if you will buy bread, so butter will also be there. Classification means it divides the data into predefined categories. Okay, it gives the labels like the emails which are not read by you, so it will be kept under the spam filter. Then clustering is what? Clustering, in this the groups are made, the similar data points are made together. So customer, like you are grouping customer based on shopping habits. So there are some customers who buy the products frequently. There are some customers who buy products okay frequently, or there are some customers who buy the product okay sometimes okay once in a month or twice in a month. Then regression is what? In regression you will see that how one is affected to each other. You will predict a numerical value based on the past data, like predicting the price of the house based on their size, based on the location, based on the feature. So, what would be the price of the house based on the size location? Then next is the sequence and path analysis. So, in this, the proper sequence is find out patterns are being found over time. Okay, like for example, when you buy any product from Amazon, so first you will see that you will compare the prices. Okay, then you will see that how much rating is given. If more rating is there, if 4.4.2, 4.3 rating is there, then you will buy that product. Okay, for buying that product, you have to keep it in the cart, then you have to do the payment, then you have to type the address. So these are the sequence that has to be followed. If one is done, the other has to be done. Without putting the amount, without putting the product in the cart, you will not do the you may not you will not going to do the order. So the order is not done without putting the uh, item in the cart. And neural networks are what? It mimics the human brain's learning process to detect all the complex patterns like used in image recognition, speech recognition, to finding the pattern that how the machines will going to mimic, how the machines will going to react. Then some data mining software and tools are there like Alteryx, AWS, Databricks, the Kaiju, Data Robot, Google, H2O.ai, IBM, Nine, Microsoft. So these are some of the software that are very much useful for data mining. So the name you have to remember: Oracle, Microsoft, RapidMiner, SAP, SAS, Institute, and TIPCO software. Next is what? See, in data mining techniques, we have seen all these techniques. Now, in text mining also we have some of the techniques. One is what? That is tokenization and summing. Now, tokenization is what? Suppose the entire, okay, this is the entire sentence. Suppose this is the entire sentence. Now I want to write this sentence into individual words. So I will write then I will write retrieval of information, also known as. So this is what? When you are separating all the words from the statement from the content, that is known as the tokenization. So it refers to the process of separating a lengthy piece of text into individual sentences. Either this individual sentences will be different alone, will written separately, or the words would be written separately. And stemming means when you're removing the prefix and suffix. So if any word, if you are removing the prefix and suffix, that is known as the stemming. Like suppose we have one word that is separating. So separating is what? We have the word separate. Okay, you are adding the ing. This is not included. Or if you will write the separated, This is not included. So removing the prefix means the previous item and the suffix means the later item. Like this is the example. Tokenization. Text is this. If you are doing sentence tokenization, each and every sentence is written individually. Or if you're doing word tokenization, then each of the word is written separately. And search, so search we make searcher, searching, in search, searches, searched. So all these suffixes are removed and that is known as what? Stemming. Now data aggregation is what? One word is segregation and one word is aggregation. Segregation means what? When you are separating the data, that is segregation. Aggregation means when you are combining the data. So data aggregation means when raw data is presented into the summary format, that is known as the data aggregation. Like time aggregation and spatial aggregation. Time means when you are collecting the data on different time intervals. Like company A, what is the data of company A in the month of January, February, the sales data of company A in January, February, March, April, May. Company B, January, February, March, and then you are combining the entire data of company A and B, that is known as time aggregation. Spatial aggregation when data is combined according to location. Like this is the location. Okay, company has sales in Patna, Delhi, Mumbai. Now total sales are how much is the total sales? That is 20, 30, 40, 45,000 is the total sales from among uh, the three states. So data aggregation means combining, segregation means separating. If I say that total sales are 40,000 in three states, now what is the sales of Patna? What is the sale of Delhi? What is the sale of Mumbai? So that is what data segregation. Okay, so collection and aggregation. So daily sales report, monthly sales report, audit financial report, 1 year. So data belongs to which time? That is the time frame report. And granularity means granularity if you are going anything, if you are going very deep. Like if you want to collect the data, okay, in January, February, we have the data of the company A in the month of Jan, in the month of Feb, in the month of March to this December, the sales data. Now I want to find the data of every day, all the 31st days of the January. In all the 31st days, I want to find the data of the Monday. Okay, all the Monday of the January. I want to find the data of the Wednesday of January. Then February, I want the Thursday and Friday. So now you are going very deep to collect the data. So if you are going very deep, then high granularity is there. High granularity means detailed data is there. Less detailed data means low granularity. So it is defined as the time frame during which individual data points for specific resources are gathered. So high granularity, very detailed data. Low granularity means less detailed data or summarized data. So use of big data analytics, it is used in integrating the customers, it is used in detecting the frauds, it is used in improving the efficiency. And these are the six industries where the use of big data analytics, in all these industries, the big data analytics are used: manufacturing, retail, healthcare, oil, gas, telecommunication, and financial services. Okay, so how does big data analytics work? First, the data is collected. Data is collected from different sources, from primary source, from secondary source. Then the processing is done. So now the collected data is organized into the tabular form, into the proper format using different tools. After that, which data is important? You will pick only those data. You will eliminate all the duplicates, all the wrong data, all the biased data. So that is known as data cleaning. So data cleaning is errors, duplicates, irrelevant information are removed. And analysis of data, that is the final interpretation of data with the help of using AI, statistics, or data models. Now, three V's of big data analytics are volume, velocity, variety. Volume means it talks about that the quantity of data, how much quantity of data is being there. Okay, so quantity of data means the size of the data. So data is in kilobytes, terabytes, petabytes, zettabyte, yottabyte, megabyte. So what is the size of the data? Variety means the different types of data. Like we have in the format of JPEG image format, then we have in the format of .wmv movie format. Okay, then we have in the format of WAV media, audio, audio file. So all these are the extensions. Variety means types of data, and velocity means how quickly the data is transferring from one place to another in real time. So speed of generating data. So volume talks about the quantity, variety talks about the type, and velocity talks about the speed of data. All right, done. Clear? Now, next unit that is all about sustainable financing. So, what is sustainable financing? Sustainable financing means this basically tells you that if you are doing the finances, if you are working on any of the project, you should ensure that the project is 100% feasible. It should create a good benefit, good impact to the society and economy. So sustainable financing means when the company is issuing any bonds, any securities to raise the money, now the money that is raised by the company should use in the sustainability project, sustainable or green financing projects. So what is the difference between green finance and sustainable finance? Green finance is a narrow and sustainable finance is what it is broader. Green finance includes only, it strictly follows the environmental goals only. That is environmental goals, ignoring the social and governance like renewable energy, pollution reduction, sustainable agriculture, biodiversity, waste management. Okay, then combating climate change. All these are the green finance related to environmental. Like green bonds are issued to build a solar power plant. Whereas sustainable finance, it includes your all the three models, that is environment, social, and governance. So it includes the education also, healthcare also, gender equality, okay, the poverty, governance, transparency, all the things are included in sustainable finance. So what are the instrument of green finance? So green loans are there, green bonds are there, green equity are there, risk mitigation products are there. Green loans, if the company is taking green loans, then the company should use that money for the green projects. When the company is issuing green bonds and company is raising capital by issuing green bonds, so it should be used, the debt security should be used for green project. Green mutual funds investment in the environmental companies, and there are some risk mitigation products that how the risk can be mitigated when the risk arises in economy in our surrounding. So who supplies such kind of finance? So any government, bank, international organization, private investors can provide. Okay, so for green financial project, what are the instruments? The green loans are there, green bonds, equity, risk mitigation product. For green finance or for issuing the green bonds, one uh, association is important and the principles are to be followed by that association. So who is responsible for making principles related to green bonds? It is established by ICMA, that is International Capital Market Association. So ICMA has made certain principles related to issue of green bonds. Why it has been so to increase the transparency and integrity of the green bond markets. Then we have different types of green bonds. So green bonds, basically the company issues green bonds in order to raise money, and the money that is raised by issuing the green bonds in the company, that money is used only for the green purpose, not for other than purpose. Next, we have the taxonomy of green bonds. So green bonds, these are bonds used to raise money for projects that help the environment like solar energy, transport, pollution, biodiversity, protection, pollution control, all these. One is corporate green bond. So corporate green bonds are what? These are issued by companies to fund eco-friendly projects. Like a company raises money to build a solar power plant. So it will come under corporate green bond. Municipal green bond is it is issued by any local government or any municipalities for green public project. Like like for example, for street light, okay, solar street lights or for public parks. So it will be issued by municipal green. It will be issued by governments. Sovereign green bond is it is issued by the national government, central government for large environmental projects, large projects, not for smaller projects. Green securitization bond is what it is. In this, it is created by combining many green loans, okay, into one security and then selling it to the investors. Like for example, uh, okay, all the like a bundle of solar home loans are there. So it is issued to provide the funding to one department, that is for the solar project. Then organization guaranteed green bonds. So this is the where the organization will give the guarantee. So where a strong organization guarantees the repayment and it makes safer for the investor. That if you will not get your money back, then we will repay your money. So here the organization is giving guarantee to the investors. Then asset backed green bonds are there. So the repayment is done. It is backed by specific green assets like um, okay, like for example, any kind, the company has given its securities, the company has given collateral in the form of its asset, in the form of any crucial assets of the company. That is, asset is being given as security to for green bonds. Then hybrid green bonds are what these hybrid means it combines the features of both debt and equity. So it has the characteristic of both the debt also as well as the equity also. So later on this equity can be later on the debt can be converted into equity. Now, different ISO is their international standard organization. So, what is international standard organization? So, ISO is what it is basically the standards that is made by the company, and these are the standards that help to follow the certain rules and regulations that the company has to follow. So ISO's International Organization for Standard, these are independent global body that creates standards. It ensures that the quality should be there, the safety should be there, then efficiency should be there across different industries, including environmental and social responsibility. So these are the standards that basically gives the that ensure the quality is maintained or not. So we have foundational frameworks that ISO 32210, it is for sustainable finance. 14,000, it is for the environmental impact. It prevents the greenwashing. Greenwashing is the type of tactic that is used by the company to show their product more green, to appear their product more green. Even though the product is not that much green, it is not that much organic, but still the company is claiming that no, my product is better than others. My product works for the environment. Then ISO 26,000, so social responsibility. So these you have to remember. So 26, see, 14,000 is very important. Then 1407, it includes the environmental cost and benefit. What is the benefit if we are putting money on the environment? How much is the cost that we are putting? And if we are giving money to the environment, if we are investing on the environment, then what benefit we will get in return? How much benefit we will get in return? Like if we are investing 50% of the money on environment, we are getting 50% back as benefit from the environment. If yes, then it is good. If not, then you have to work more on it. So 14,007, it includes the calculation of environmental cost and benefit. Then 14,008, it calculates that how much amount is being spent on any particular project related to green and sustainable. So monetary valuation, it helps to calculate. 14,064 is a greenhouse gas emission. It works on that to list all these things to provide reporting. 14,097, all the investments, all the reporting is provided related to climate change. So what the in COP meeting, what were the things that were decided? What were the agenda? Have we worked on those agenda? Have we fought with the climate change or not? So all the reporting will be provided related to climate change. Then 14,001 is environmental management system for pollution waste. Okay, 50,001 energy management, sustainable development. So 14,000 is important. 1400, 8,008 is important. 14,097 is important. 32210 is important. And this one is important. So 5 points are important in this. Then next is all about the nationally determined contributions, that is NDC. So what is NDC? Nationally determined contribution is what in sustainable financing are these are the country specific climate action plans that are made under the UNFCCC, that is United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change. So these are the targets that are set by each country to reduce the greenhouse gas emission and fight with the climate change. Like um, this will tell you that how much money you have invested. Okay, whether the all the investors they are using the NDCs to fund the green projects. It helps in reducing the green. It helps in reducing the you can say the carbon emissions. So these are the things that are worked in sustainable financing. So these are the action plans that helps to fight with all these things. So total we have eight key parameters, that is sustainable lifestyle. Sustainable lifestyle means it helps in the eco-friendly habit. Okay, it helps in promoting eco-friendly habit in daily life using public transport, reducing plastic waste. Then cleaner economic development. So now the economy is focusing more on the economy development instead of using the non-renewable source of energy. The renewable source of energy is used. Then emission should be reduced. So carbon emission should be reduced. As economy grows, the emission uh, should grow slower. Then non-fossil fuel based electricity, increase the share of non-fossil fuel based electricity. So it means more electricity should be generated from solar, from water, from hydro, from wind, all these things, less from the coal. Enhance the forest carbon sink. Carbon sink means sink means that can absorb the thing, sink. Like every one of you in your kitchen you have the sink so that absorbs all the water. So similarly carbon sink is what it can absorb all the carbon. So how one can absorb all the carbon, that is if you will do afforestation, that you will plant more and more trees, then biodiversity conservation, okay, protecting the forest, then only you can absorb more CO2. Adapt to climate change means it helps the individuals to prepare for the different climate impact, like the cyclones are there, floods are there, okay, droughts are there. Then mobilizing finance, so raising money domestically, internationally to fund green projects. And technology development transfer is what developing the clean technologies in India and also getting advanced technology from other countries, like any kind of vehicle tech, okay, electric vehicle technology, or we have smart grids. So if one country is having that benefit, so it is the responsibility of that country to help other countries as well, to give more better technology to other countries. Next, we have all about the Paris Agreement, that is COP21 in 2016, COP26 in 2021. Now, COP meeting, why COP is what? That is the Conference of Parties. Conference of Parties. So, COP meeting is conducted. It is basically done in all the member countries. Okay, they come together and though they decide, they make the agenda that what we have to fight with, what we can do more better so that our economy is more healthier. Okay, our sustainability economy is, it can grow, it can expand in 2x, 2x, 3x times. So all every year the COP meeting is conducted. So COP21 was conducted in the year 2016 and COP26 was conducted in the year 2021. So what were the agenda that were decided? So emission was it reducing emission by 33 to 35% by 2030. All right. And now in 2021, it increased to 45%. Then non-fossil share increased the share of non-fossil based electricity to 40% by 2030. Now it has been increased to 50%. All these were decided in 2021. Increasing the renewable energy generation to 175 gigawatt by 2024. Now it has been raised to 500 gigawatt by 2000. Total carbon emission should also be reduced by 1 billion tons by 2030, and by 2070 this has to be achieved at zero. So zero emissions should be there. Okay, this was the data that is given in your book. So sometimes the questions can be asked from these three lines. That is why I have included. Recently, the COP30 was conducted, and the COP30 was conducted in the year 2025, when in November 2025. So 30th summit COP30, it was conducted on 10th November 2025, where in Belém in Brazil. This is important. So 30th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations UNFCCC was conducted, and in this 200 signatories nations were joined, and they talked on the matter that is the disturbing matter that is impacting our entire earth. So this is important. It held in Belém, Brazil. And these are all the 30 agenda, 30 objectives that needs to be that were discussed, and now it needs to be fulfilled. All right. So just read it once. Don't have to remember each and every. Just go through it. But this one is very important. This part. So greenwashing is what, again, this is a tactic that is used by the companies to make their products more green, to make their product appear more green. Actually, they are. So in actual, the product is not that much green, but the companies, they are using green packaging. Okay, they are writing 100% organic. They are making the photo of like this trees and all. So it shows that yes, this product is full of 100% organic things are there. So it is healthy for the customer. But in real, these are not that much healthy. These are not that much greenery. So greenwashing should be stopped. The companies, those who are doing the greenwashing, the strict action should be taken against them. This is very, very important. Green masala bond. Green masala bond means the green bonds are issued in foreign currency in Indian denomination. I'm repeating again. Green masala bond means the green bonds are issued. Green bonds are issued by whom? Indian company. The green Indian company has issued the green bonds in foreign country in Indian denomination, means in rupee denomination. So funds raised money strictly for eco-friendly projects. Yes. Why it is masala? Because why it is termed as masala? Because it is denominated in the Indian currency only. These are issued not in foreign currencies. These are issued in Indian rupees, and it is issued outside the India, not in India. So green masala bond is when Indian companies issuing the green bonds in foreign countries in Indian denomination. It is known as green masala bond. Clear? So an Indian company issues a bond in London to raise 100 crore for building solar plant in India. So 100 crore is what? It is in rupees, it is in Indian denomination. Then what comes under green project framework? So all the renewable social energy, sustainable energy, clean transportation, sustainable water, climate change, green buildings, sustainable land use, forestry, biodiversity conservation, and any other category that is specified by SEBI. So SEBI has given certain points that these are the things that will come under green project framework. So what are the things? These seven are the points. And eight is if any of the particular activity the SEBI feels that, then that would be included in green projects. Okay, now different types of risk the bank may face, that is PTL. What is PTL? One is physical risk, transition, and liability. Physical risk is, it means suppose that any company has taken a loan. Okay, all right. One company has taken, and that company deals in the coal manufacturer. This company has taken loan from the bank. Now government says that the use of coal should be very less, the emission of coal should now be very less, and those companies who are working on the coal emitting more and more coal, the strict action will be taken. So now this company is completely shut down. So this company has taken the loan from the bank. Now the bank is facing the risk. So it is damage to collateral from natural disaster, or the storms are there, or the droughts are there. So like flood is destroying a factory that took a loan. So physical risk will come under if the banks, they are impacted through any kind of natural calamities, like the disaster came or the flood came or the storm came. Transition risk is what? This is the example of the transition risk. Like this company has taken loan. Okay, coal company has taken loan from the bank, and the bank, that the government has said now this company has to be completely shut down. So whatever loan this company has taken from the bank, now this company is not in a position to repay. So the transition risk arises. So coal companies, they lose revenue. Bank, they heavily exposed to coal loans, and they will suffer a huge NPA. That is the transition risk, because these companies have to entirely transform their way of doing business, their business model to some other thing. That is why the bank will suffer huge loss. And liability risk is what? Liability risk is Like if any kind of legal risk arises from the laws, from the policies are not followed, the laws are not followed regarding pollution or environmental harm. A corporate client is fined heavily for environmental damage. If the companies they are not following the proper guidelines of the government regarding sustainable and eco-friendly projects, then in that case, the bank or any company will face the liability risk. All right, so we have completed the unit number 24, sustainable financing. All right, okay. Now, last is what that is the SPAC chapter. Okay, so last chapter is that is the special purpose acquisition companies. So, what is special purpose acquisition companies? See, these are the companies that are specifically these companies are formed, okay, to acquire the target company. Suppose A Limited is there, B Limited is there. Now, if A Limited wants to acquire B Limited, in this case, the core activity of the A Limited will get disturbed. So for that, the A Limited has made one company that is known as the SPAC company. This company is specifically formed to do the acquisition of B company to acquire the target company. So once this company is all the activities are of this companies are done, this company has acquired the target company. Now the SPAC is merged into the target company. Then this company will be wind up. So SPAC is what? It's a publicly traded shell corporation created specifically to raise capital through IPO. SPAC, they do not have their own commercial operation at the time of their IPO. They are typically formed just to do the acquisition process. And the time frame is what? Usually 18 to 24 months. So in 18 to 24 months, the SPAC company has to complete their operation, complete an acquisition process. If the acquisition process is not completed within 2 years, then the SPAC will have to return the funds that is raised to the investors. So how the SPAC, what is the timeline of SPAC? So for formation and IPO phase, the 8 weeks are there. Then the SPAC company will search the target company. Well, after searching the target company, certain negotiations are done, business meetings are conducted, investors meeting are conducted. When the SPAC company has acquired the target company, okay, handed over to the parent company, then the SPAC will be ready for the demerger. So SPAC will become the D-SPAC, and in case of not completing the acquisition process within the timeline, then the SPAC will have to return money to the investors. So IPO, so parent company is what? A Limited, what we have taken the example. So parent company is A Limited. Okay, special purpose acquisition company is C, target company is B. Now certain the investors they will invest in the SPAC company, and the SPAC company will raise funds through how? See, certain investors, let's take it investor X, Y, Z. So these are the investors, they will invest in the SPAC company, and the investors they will invest in the SPAC company when they have invested in the SPAC company. So the deal was that within 2 years you have to complete your acquisition process. If not, then you have to refund the money to the investors. So 2 years is the maximum time. So through IPO, the firm has raised money, the SPAC has raised money, the investors have given money in the SPAC company to acquire the target company. So how the capital structure is there for IPO fundraising? The SPAC will raises money through IPO. Investors, they are our institutional investors also, retail investors also. And the investors, they have given the money to the SPAC company. So the money should be kept under the trust account. Because see, investors will have the fear na, that I have given the money to the under the SPAC company. What if the SPAC company takes all the money and runs away? Because these companies they don't have their any operation. They are just formed for the acquisition process only. So that is why the money is kept under the trust account. Then after that, units are issued to investors. So investors, they don't get the simple shares, they will get the common share and one warrant. The warrant, they can exercise it future at a fixed price. After the IPO, investors, they have the separate unit. One is the common share of the company and one is the warrant. Now, what is the purpose? So it gives the immediate right to the investors, and investors, if warrants give investors, they have the right that they can buy the shares of the company in future at a low price, at a cheap price, if the SPAC company performs well. So SPAC, these are the public investors. The sponsors are the sponsors means the parent company. All the money is kept under the trust account just for the safe purpose, so that the money which the investors have given to the SPAC company, the money should be used in the proper money should be used properly, not in any kind of legal activities. And the trust account is created means all the money the SPAC has collected from the investors, it should be kept under the trust account. It's a special type of bank account where money is kept by someone, and that someone is what? Trustee, to protect the money of the beneficiaries. So till the time the entire process is not done, the money is kept in the trust account only. So in the SPAC, the account hold the money raised during its IPO until the company finds a business to merge with or buy. So this is only done, the money is kept in the trust account unless and until the entire process is done, entire process is completed. Till that time, the all the money will be kept under the trust account. And if the SPAC does not complete the deal within 2 years, then they have to take all the money and they have to return money to the investors. After the process is done, the SPAC company will be wind off. The SPAC company will be ready for the de-SPAC. And what is the process of de-SPAC? All these are the process. The shareholder approval. So for this, the shareholder approval is important because the SPAC shareholders, the SPAC investors, they will vote to approve the deal that yes, now the SPAC company is ready for de-SPAC. The SPAC founders, they have to agree with the acquisition also. The founder approval means the one who has created the SPAC company. So they also want to agree with the acquisition. Then this has to be filled in the Super 8K disclosure. So disclosure should be made that okay, now the SPAC company is ready to merge with a newly company, that is a target company, with all the full details about the deal and the new company. And redemption offer is given to the investors. What is the redemption offer? See, when the SPAC company is now SPAC company is merging into a new company means when the SPAC company has acquired the target company, so now the SPAC company will be merged into the target company. So in that, the investors of the SPAC company will get two options. Either they stay in the newly merged company, they stay invested in the newly merged company, or if they want, if they don't feel good, then they have the option that they can buy back their shares and they can take the exit. That is, they can redeem their shares back. They can take money, their shares. So company will buy back the shares, company will pay the amount to the investors, and investors, they redeem their shares. So final steps to merge with the private company and become public. That is the SPAC. Now, so for shareholder approval, this is important, at least 20% of the outstanding share. So what is the shareholder approval? See, normally it is being said that the SPAC and what the founders must do when SPAC wants to merge with the target company, that is the de-SPAC transaction. So when the SPAC is created and SPAC is going public through an IPO, the founders means the sponsors, they promise in advance that they will vote yes when the SPAC proposes a merger with a target company. Means in de-SPAC transaction. So the founders, they have promised in advance that they will always say yes when the SPAC proposes a merger with the target company. So they all must vote all their founder shares in favor of the merger. If they buy any kind of additional public shares, like after the IPO, so they must have to vote these shares in favor as well. So because founders, they usually own about 20% of the SPAC's shares, so their votes are already committed to support the merger. So before the voting even starts, at least 20% of the total shares are guaranteed to vote in favor of the de-SPAC transaction. That is, the founders, they always have to say yes, and at least 20% of the outstanding shares of the SPAC will be committed to voting. So this 20% amount is very, very important. Okay, like example is given. Suppose a SPAC has 100 shares in total. Founders they will say yes 20%. That is to own 20% of the shares means 20 shares, and rest of the 80 shares the public investors will have. If the founder they have already promised to vote yes on the merger, so 20% shares will be automatically it will be in the favor. Rest only 80% shares need to be decided whether it is in the favor of the de-SPAC transaction or not. So the merger starts with 20% support already, 20% is already secured, and rest for 80% the investors will decide. So the founders of the SPAC promised before IPO that they will always vote in favor of the yes of the future merger, ensuring that at least 20% of the amount is secured and the shares under the de-SPAC transaction. So these are all about the SPAC companies. All right. And with this, we have completed module A, module B, and module D. Tomorrow, we will be doing module C and questions. Okay. So 130 to 140 questions are there in tomorrow's session. So do join tomorrow's session as well. Okay, so one request from you all. I hope you like the session. So please do hit the like button, share it with others, and subscribe this channel. So let's meet tomorrow at the same time, that is 6 p.m. in the evening. Till then, take care, everyone. Goodbye. And yes, this is the official Telegram channel of Oliveboard. If you have not yet joined, do join by scanning the QR code and enroll in the capsule batches. All right, so let's meet tomorrow. Till then, take care.